Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another grand evening in the Nerd Showdown 3.0. And tonight we have amazing teams against each other once more. And this will be me, your caster, Sarah, alongside none other than the very beautiful Debbie. Debbie, take over.
Yeah, I'm very excited now, Sarah, because we are going to be seeing two top teams playing against each other. Of course, they have found success all over the place in many tournaments, in many LAN events as well, I would say. But yeah, we have our first team for the day. It's gonna be a best of 3 series. They had their success yesterday with a clean sweep against both their enemies. So now we're gonna be seeing them play against each other. So we have Zohunt going against IZN in this best of 3 series. I'm really excited to see who's gonna be winning because we'll never know with these two teams. One is more chaotic side and the other is more of a responsible and theoretical kind of squad. So this is gonna be one heck of an interesting match.
Yep, you are definitely right about that. And it's, you know what? Both of these teams have been in the scene for so long. Zohunt and IGN, both the teams have made their mark in the community and have been performing so well throughout all the community tournaments. And today, this Nerd 3.0 stands as a stage for them to showcase what they have improved over the past few months when the scene was a little bit more inactive as compared to now. So we'll definitely be seeing the heat in tonight's game. This is just game number 1. There's also 3 other games lined up right after each other. And IGN and Zohunt are going to be setting up the stage for us to enjoy. And I think, Debbie, you are just, a good luck charm for Zohunt, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that because whenever I try to predict in their advantage, it's kind of counts to it kind of get flopped. So I wouldn't predict that though. But I would say that whenever there are chances that we see IZN going against Zohunt, it is highly likely that we are not going to be seeing a sweep. They always go full matches, whether it may be best of 5, whether it may be best of 3. They always go for the final deciding match most of the time. It's always interesting to see these two teams because of their versatility and the completely opposite characteristic they have as a squad as a whole. So I'm pretty sure we will not be able to predict how chaotic it will be, how on paper kind of playstyle it will be, because there's no prediction with these two.
Yep, you are right about that. Because IGN, they love to play towards the goal lane. They give Aaron his comfort heroes, and he somehow manages to turn a game around. We saw this in previous tournaments as well. Meanwhile, Zohunt, they have a kind of team composition and team fight-oriented thing where they just go all out in the team fights and try to take down the enemies. So that's what we'll likely be seeing in tonight's game as well. We need to see how IGN decides to answer Zohunt's aggressiveness, because that's what I'm thinking you want to say here.
Yeah, because it's kind of trying to counter out Zohunt. You don't really have to be clean most of the time, right? You just wanna play and counter their play style, especially into the early game, because IZN, they are more likely to win when they drag the game to the later part, because there are high chances that they don't usually throw. But for Zohunt, it's kind of a different approach. They are, they lose their momentum when the game goes to the very, very later part. So that's where IZN will eventually have their advantages. So we'll see how their draft is going to be, because like you already mentioned, IZN will be more likely playing for the off-lane side, because of course they have a strong side laners, especially Aaron. So maybe there's a possibility that they will actually focus on him also this time around, because right now they have the first pick, they have the advantage.
Exactly. So you are very right. And with that, the very early first ban we can see from the side of IGN is going to be the Baxia. Quite the smart ban here because Baxia
up in the
obviously
crowd?
can be
Make
played
some
in the
noise for
EXP,
yours
roam,
truly.
jungle, anywhere you want to put him. And with that, Zohunt has banned out on the CC. Again, a very meta EXP laner. She has been dominating the EXP through and through for the past few tournament matches which we have been witnessing. IGN though, they really need to think about an answer to this. Do they want to ban out the Garukaja or pick it up in their favor? Or do they want to just completely take it off the board and create space for Aaron to play more towards his comfort? Zohunt as well need to think about the possible bans and picks probably the Phoveus or maybe even the Juxion on towards the mid lane, or are they just going to deny which of that Farsa? We really need to see what they are planning here,
See
and IGN
value in
seems to
me?
be taking their time into
You should.
deciding. And look at that, they have banned out on the Fredrin, another very tanky hero on towards the jungle.
One thing that I'm pretty sure is that whenever you are going to be facing Johan, you are likely to ban away the Fred, and this is very understandable too. But the thing is about the Fred is when the hero is much more into the meta, you are likely to have a chance to try to counter it as well. And respect, he's mainly well versed onto those assassins, but lately he has been. They are more goal-centric kind of play style here. So he's more into the utility this time around. Even the Akai has already been played from his hands, so they could have countered it. But still, it's a very, very wise choice because you do not really want to give away the Freddy into the hands of Johan because their macro kinds of brings out it kinds of give them the advantage when they have the utility onto their side. So that's very understandable as well for the side of IGN. But Johan, like always, they have to take away the Hayabusa. This is a hero that they have been consistently banning, whoever the opponents may be. They don't really want to prioritize these Hayabusa into their hands. But the thing is, two of the most important junglers has been still available, the Lancelot and the Yi Sin, and I think both of these jungles, they play those two heroes.
Exactly. So, like, both Dusty and Respect are pretty well versed on towards the Yusungshin pick, like you mentioned, and Respect has particularly been picking that hero up as much as possible into the draft of IG. And here, with the Fredrin and Kadita getting banned out, that is a very good scope for IGN to actually pick up on the Yusungshin right here. But that would also mean that they're opening up the Lancelot for the side of Zohunt. So we'll really have to see, are they going to be gambling with the picks right here or just lock in on towards a comfort with the Granger? But no, okay, they do lock in on the Yusungshin.
Okay. I like that. I like that Yusungshin. But I would prefer more of a Lancelot into the first phase because the first pick, Yusungshin kind of get counted alone, but the fact that it's Johan they are going against, they might not be expecting the Lancelot too. But there's a possibility that we might get a surprise. Maybe we'll see Dusty onto the Lancelot.
I will choose my own path.
So we'll never know. But another important hero coming into play, the Earl of the hands of Johan. It's still in flex because even family blessing has been playing the Arlo into the room. It can also go into the hands of Win as well. So this is a very big flex, but no Farsa. Sarah, there's no Farsa here. Jazusin is more prioritized here.
Yep, I would say that actually a smart move because Juxion technically has a bit more utility than the Farsa does. Sure, the Farsa has the damage, the zone out, as well as the capability to just stand in one place, camp, and take out the main damage dealer. But then again, Juxion in the middle of team fights, especially if the enemy is tanky enough, she deals a lot of damage and has those constant knockups, which is very good util. But okay, to answer that right away, IGN locks in on the Ruby, a very smart pick, especially because she can counter the Juxion very well as the Farsa getting locked in just for everything that we just mentioned.
I feel like this is a winning mid lane, whatever the rumor may be appearing. It's a winning mid lane when you have a person to the other side, especially against the Zeusin. So I was, a bit skeptical about how Zohunt were prioritizing on the Zeusin instead of the Farsa. But yeah, all of their composition might be, close out onto the end. We'll never know what they're going to be playing here. But one thing I'm quite worried about is that Aaron has been put more onto those DPS or to those damage dealing marksmen, gold laners most of the time. But this is a Ruby which might eventually go into the gold lane because they have a Yisensin. So I feel like it's kind of they're kind of stopping his potential if he goes into the Ruby goal. But it's still a flex, right? The Ruby can go into the goal roam even the XP. So they might be cooking something, and they might eventually be able to do so.
Yep, that's correct actually, because recently we have seen Aaron play the Ruby on towards the goal. We have seen IGN draft it that way and just take a kind of, DPS on towards the EXP as well. Probably something which can shred the enemy. But with the CC getting banned out, it is actually very doubtful what they're going to pick here. But okay, if you look at that, Zohunt, they've already locked in on the Akai, and there's a pretty high chance that he is going into the jungle. And as for the bans though, they have already banned out on the glue. Smart decision considering the fact that neither the Vexana nor the Foramus can be picked up into this round. Well, IGN here, they need to think about banning out on towards the goal lane, probably the Harriet and the Iritel, in case they are still looking for a Granger pick. Or they could just go in for a standard ban on towards the gold side.
Yeah, I think they can omit the amount of gold lanes that
vengeance incarnate.
But I don't really like an Akai against a Yi Sun-Sin, because the Yi Sun-Sin does have a lot of ways to try to counter out the Akai, even in the range, even in the damage, and he have the traceless to not be traced down. It's a built-in purify as well. So even though it's high chance that he's gonna be going to the jungle, they are going to be prioritizing more onto those objectives and more than team fights. So, Zohunt,
experience
they have to pick
the euphony
something
of
of
suffering.
very high damage dealer into the goal lane. Even if they want to scale for the late game also, they should be able to do so. But the bans coming through is actually the Esmeralda taken away here.
I mean, yeah, that actually works out pretty well, because Akai, he has a shield. The Jokshin, she gets a shield from her ultimate. So obviously the Esmeralda would have been quite a good pick on towards the EXP from the side of IGN here, which also means that Zohunt is expecting the Ruby to go in on towards the gold lane. But IGN banning out both Granger and Moskov here kind of suggests the same, that they are simply looking for some more EXP pick, something more tanky to frontline for that YSS, which also means that the entire draft of IGN is going to rotate around getting the Yi Sun-Shin farmed up so that he can just snowball right after the first turtle mark.
And I feel like it's very understandable, right? Even if the Yi Sun-Shin is more of a scaly kind of hero, he's kind of a marksman that needs to have a snowball. You do not really want to be behind onto the goal as well as the experience level as well. So it's just mean that you're gonna be having a harder time to the early game, but still you'll be able to get the first kill, and you'll be able to scale up. But yeah, the only option that have been into the hands of Zohunt has to be the Bruno, because Harriet is not going to be an option here. Going against the Ruby isn't a very, very safe choice either. So the Bruno coming into play as well. Still, the Akai and the Erlot, are still a threat. IGN, like it's already known, the draft has already been suggested here, Yi Sun-Sin, and they are playing a 4 Yi Sun-Sin here, because look at that, the Hylos and the Gatot Kacha, it's just ballsy, right? So it's like they're just ego drafting, and it might eventually work out, because even against a Jushin, he might eventually struggle, the front liners, but they have a lot of damage into the back lines.
Yep, that's what, and you know what? Zohunt had the answer ready for that Garut Kaja and the Hylos. They instantly locked in on the Xborg, which means that there's going to be constant true damage from the Xborg, the knockups, as well as the damage coming in from Jukshin once she builds up that Wishing Lantern, which means that in terms of draft, honestly, Zohunt has the higher potential in this match. But if IGN is able to execute the Ruby draft along with the Yusushin in the jungle properly, they have the higher chance of snowballing from the mid game onwards, because Bruno, he needs a lot of items to actually scale up.
Yeah. Absolutely true, and I think he's kind of a hero that needs a lot of support as well. You want to give him a lot of items too. You want to play for the goal. And looking at the the ending of the draft for Zohunt, the expert coming into play into the jungle, of course, might eventually. Wait. We'll never know if the expert is going to the jungle, right? Because there's still a lot here, and even a guy. But I'm probably manifesting it into the jungle, so it will be actually working well because they can go against the Hylos as well as the Gacha. But still, I am a very, very Yusushin fanatic, but we'll never know what's going to be happening because the execution-wise, it's what the game will be depending on.
Yep. And you know what? You actually mentioned that correctly, that the Xborg should be going on towards the EXP lane, which means that he is gonna have a little bit of a harder time farming up, but he will have the flicker to actually finish off IGN during the team fights, which usually a jungle Xborg could not be able to do because he would have the retribution. But along with that, we really need to mention the fact that IGN has a very, pick-off focused draft. They need to camp in places to actually take that Arlott or the Juxin or the Bruno out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the Land of Dawn. The match has begun, the first game of the best of 3, and both of these teams are going to be facing off against each other.
Yep, and we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of brawl happening into the early game, even though there's a Yusushin Sin. But yeah, wasted summer here. It's just have to be poked out quite a lot. But yeah, this is going to be a very aggressive early game for the first neutral objective, because both the jungler here, they are going to be requiring that first turtle. Even though the Yusushin is kind of a marksman, he does need to have a snowball to have the damage going on for him as well. So definitely that's something that Zohunt might have to work on, to answer on. But the thing is, they do have a lot of sets into their hands because Arlott is into the room. I'm not a big fan of Arlott room, but when you have an account to the side as well. Oh, look at that damage though.
Oh, already first blood being secured on the witch right there by family blessing on the Arlott. Just like, what just happened?
What just happened? Witch getting first blood. This is not the best case scenario for IGN, because you might want to have a lane priority, especially in the center of the map. You want to have that boosts onto your side most of the time to get that vision, but that is not possible right now because the pokes coming in from the Juxin, from the Arlott, there's a lot of damage already for the early stages of this game, and they are successful in this. The turtle is going to be up. Both of the jungles are into the vicinity here. Who will be setting up first though?
Exactly so, but Witch getting killed off so early, which means that IGN, they would be lacking a little bit of their early farm. Look at Respect getting completely zoned out by the side of Zohunt. There comes the Avatar of the Guardian, and Dusty Mizo with the ultimate, tries to zone away Respect from the turtle, but who's going to be securing it? Apple secures the turtle with that early rotation coming in right on top. Muriel gets the kill, but Respect gets killed down as well. Aaron still chasing down Dusty right there onto that Xborg and will find the kill right away. 2 down from the side of IGN and 2 from the side of Zohunt, but the turtle would be secured by IGN.
Oh my god, and it's a worst case scenario for Zohunt as well, because it's actually into the hands of the Ruby right there, but still might eventually work out. But look at that though, final slash.
Okay, we can see another I'm upset coming in by Aaron right there near the first. Like, what is this? There comes the feathered airstrike as well onto Arlott. Both of these teams just completely brawling in this map under the 3-minute mark. Like, farm up, you have a Yusushin. Don't just brawl.
That's what I'm talking about, man, because this is kind of composition that Zohunt are going for. Like, they have their signature aggression into the early game. Even losing on the turtle, they might eventually be, able to recover from this. That was a very great rotation coming out from Aaron and Prime as well. What I think is that this is a very, very weak kind of meta, right? Because even the goal laners are able to rotate out so very early on, as early as 3 minutes of the first turtle, which is actually good. But mid lane though?
Oh, we can see the feather there, strike tidally trying to deal some damage on to Faden right there onto the junction. But then again, it wouldn't really be that useful because he does have the ultimate to just escape it. It would just be a waste of resources. But we can see though, Zohunt trying to look for another engage. Will Family Blessing look for the final slash right here. He's looking for the opportunity, but Dusty Mizo gets his ult taken down, which means that Team Zohunt, that's one important, very important resource getting baited out right before the turtle. But as we can see, they are looking for a gank on towards the goal layer. Prime getting caught out really well, but dodges the avatar of the Guardian very easily. Chosen though in a bit of danger. Xborg here for the early rotation. Aaron with the upset on the two people once more. The glorious pathway slowing them down, and IGN simply picking up the kills which they need so much. Zohunt has to back off. The turtle has been zoned out completely, but look at that. Ajukshin once again trying to zone out respect from the turtle. This isn't over. Team Zohunt, they aren't ready to back off. There comes a taunt out of the Ajukshin. She has to ult away from the team fight. The turtle gets the reset. Yusunshin uses up the ultimate. There comes another upset. Aaron with the rotation once more. Reach with the feathered airstrike, securing the kill onto the Ajukshin. They're going to be looking for more. This fight just doesn't end.
Yeah, this is what they really want to do for both of the teams. This is kind of a reset coming out from Zohunt as well because they were losing out a lot of resources. That's the Akai heal is enough, but oh, maybe there's more.
There comes another AOG and now set onto Prime one more time, and Aaron simply dominating the rotation as well as the laning phase as of now. Poor Bruno can't do much with Mirio though. He is pretty low, has to back off. Dusty dives in with the Akai. He's looking for the retribution. He cannot sustain. They go with the airstrike with the damage. Xborg with lasting insanity will find Aaron. Finally a shutdown which was much needed, but Respect will win the retribution. He gets it. Final slash takes him away from the Ajukshin. The Ajukshin trying to deal some damage as much as possible. Family Blessing trying to run for it. He has a little bit of an HP left, and which will find the kill with that passive right on point coming in from the side of IGN.
This is a brawl all over the place just for one turtle. A 5-minute long game. It's not exactly 5 minutes, but yeah, that was a very, very long team fight happening for both of the teams. They are just, not stopping at all. There's team fight going on, one man down, and they're still going in, trying to get a fight. And I understand what the notion of Zohunt was, because they were trying to force IZN away from the turtle to stop them from taking it, but IZN had a better answer for them. If you want to fight, we will be fighting back. Looking at the items already, but into the mid lane though, there's another fight again.
Oh, this just doesn't end, does it? There was another feathered airstrike to just completely zone out the Ajukshin from what her actual purpose is. She isn't able to do as much of util as she would like to, and even Akai's heavy spin is getting baited out a little bit too early before the time for the retribution is during the turtle fights, which is why Zohunt seems to be missing out. Look at that, another lasting insanity getting baited out just to secure the crab maybe, and look at Aaron, tower diving. Managed to survive with 1 HP and has to run. There comes the conceal from the Arlor. They are trying to look for more. There comes the final slash. Will get the stun, but not enough. Team IGN decides to back off safely.
This is kind of a very theoretical kind of playstyle that IZN are going for, and it's still working out well because even though, Dusty here right now onto the Akai hasn't been that tanky because he doesn't have a full build just yet. He's just going for the scraps of those big item builds, and 1v1 onto the bot side again.
Oh, look at that. Aaron seems to be winning against even his counter, which is the Xborg, but which on the mid lane with the feathered airstrike finds the killing spree right away. Prime though manages to sneak a tower on towards the top side. But again, the turtle, it is zoned out from Dusty very well. Mirio seems to be doing pretty well on zoning Dusty away. There comes another glorious pathway, just zoning out Prime of all people, and they seem to be actually finding the kill. But over-aggression comes in, Ajukshin finds the kill right away, and there comes another heavy spin, pins him down, but it's Mirio. He won't die, but wow, Faden, very smart play right there, takes him under the turret to find that kill. But here IGN will now try to pressure the top side. Dusty Mizo, you aren't tanky enough. Another flicker final slash comes on onto the Yusunshin, but wrong position comes in right away. Expect will find the kill onto Faden, and here Xborg will finish him off. Aaron, meanwhile, finds family blessing right away, and just a complete 3-for-3 brawl coming in by these two teams.
Yeah, it's always the brawl, and we'll never know which camera we are gonna be focusing on, which fight we have to focus on. This is what they are doing, and it's actually very, very bad for Zohunt because IGN, they have scaling heroes, but again.
Exactly, Debbie, again. Like, the moment you start speaking, they start fighting, which is really unfair. I'm sorry. But, wow. Team IGN, even with a drought which needed actual scaling, they seem to be doing so well right in the mid-game. And I don't think that Zohunt actually got the opportunity to get the tankiness and utilize that Akai properly during the team fights, which is what is going wrong on the side of Zohunt. There isn't much of a gold diff. It's only 3,000. But then again, they need that Bruno to scale up if they want to win this.
And I have to say, they have to be, Bruno Centro and the way style, but Dusty here.
Okay, another heavy spin, and the lasting insanity finally manages to finish off Aaron with a killing spree, and both the teams, I think, will be disengaging pretty well. Juxin, she had to ult to try and escape, and that is exactly what she is doing, just sending Mirio to their home base. Oh, and okay, we can see both the teams just trying to back off from here.
This is actually the calmest that they have been so far. It's because the lore is already up in the 10 minutes, and the aggression that's coming out from the early game. Of course, it was understandable for Zohunt to go for the aggression into the early phases of this game, but unfortunate for them, they weren't able to find advantages, benefits of those fights they have been taken. Because already, if you focus on Respect here, he already got the War X as well as the Hunter Strike. His damage is gonna be insane, and it's gonna be 2 damage as well. So there's no way they're gonna be able to stop out this Yi Sun at this point anymore. The only way they have to try to do this is if they want to group up and try to get a team fights as much as possible. But still, it's definitely going to be hard because you have the tracers that can immune all those crowd controls, all those damages, and they have a Zusin, which is, like you already mentioned, a utility side, a utility mate. But here again, for the airstrike.
Oh, the feathered airstrike baited the ultimate out of Jokshin, and the AOG as well to chase her down. Mirio, a little bit too aggressive there, don't you think? But look at that, the heavy, the heavy catches. Respect. Aaron getting zoned out, gets the silence, but will Respect manage to escape this? He does. Lasting insanity catches Witch right there. Oh, and the double kill for Xborg right away, and triple being secured by him, and Prime gets the kill on to Ruby. Zohunt with a possible comeback here. 4 members down from the side of IGN. Those resources being baited into taking down the Junction. Not the wisest choice being taken today.
Yeah, and this is what you wanna see when you are on the Akai, right? Pick out the most possible, the most important hero that you wanna do. And now that Dusty is tanky enough to soak out the damage coming out from the first side here, he was able to zone it out. And this is where the follow-up comes in from Zohunt, and even Prime is able to get the farms up as well. And this is their win condition. Play for the Bruno here, because he's gonna be hunting for the late game, and he's gonna be able to sustain the damage coming through from the side of Icy. And a little bit of a breathing space. The Lord already onto the hands of Zohunt. They are trying to get the benefits of the winning fight that they had as much as possible. The turret will be falling down again, and this will be the only way that they will be able to have that comeback, and they were successful in doing so. But IGN, they do have ways to try to clear this out.
Exactly so, and that is what we were mentioning. They need to let the Bruno scale up and deal as much damage as he possibly can. The Bruno is one of those heroes who can actually sustain even against the blade armor being built up by both Hylos and Gadapkacha here. And obviously, there is the Xborg to melt them down with the 2 damage. So, that is exactly what is happening here. And Zohunt, oh okay, look at that. There's an Am upset coming in, as well as the taunt, and Respect will find the kill onto Arlord. Finally, a much needed kill for IGN to actually hold this game, because Zohunt, they seem to be gaining ground, and that does not look good for IGN, because for them, okay, another, it's been Aaron, just, why?
Why? I feel like it was perfect. It was actually very perfect for Zohunt to directly punish what Aaron was trying to do. Of course, you're gonna be having the sustain on a Ruby, but this is a Ruby with the damage build, right? Because only the King's Ring is there, so definitely something that they have to be careful on. But yeah, we have to focus on Prime as well because he's got 9k goalie into his hands and he's got every damage dealing equipments that he deem necessary. Even the Malefic gun is enough for him to have the range required to take down the backlines as much as possible. But the only problem is that Vitz is there with the range, with that kind of damage, with the Zenith one into his hands as well, because I feel like he's more building his hero to focus more onto the backline, which is supposedly Prime here. But the thing is, even Selavi, the ex-Borg, he's already gotten a lot of tanky items and he'll be able to sustain quite a lot. No War X just yet into his hands. He's went for the direct immortality brute force build, and that's going to be giving him a lot of tankiness as well. So they have to focus on that. And IZN this time around, they cannot risk any kind of failed team fights anymore because the frontliners for the side of Johan are already tanky enough, and their backlines, they are starting to hurt a lot.
Exactly. So, and that team fight, the way Aaron just moonwalked into Akai's face just to get pinned down by the heavy spin, that was just really very unfortunate.
I mean, maybe he must have thought that Dusty did not have the heavy spin, because that's the only way they will be able to climb back or do something about it. But yeah, it was unfortunate. He did throw out a little bit, which is very uncharacteristic of Aaron to do. But now that we are in the post, we can focus on to these items that's been built out by both of these teams.
Yep, and I think it's a little bit of a technical pause being requested by one of the teams, and we will be back with the game in just a few seconds, I believe, maximum of 2 minutes. So what do you think, Debbie? Like, Zohunt, they have the farm on the Bruno which they needed. They have the front line because now Akai is tanky enough, and there comes the R-Lord with the final slash, and also the expert to just zone away the main damage dealers from the side of IGN. So do you think Zohunt has a real good chance of ending this match in their favor?
The downside is that, of course, there are chances that they will be able to turn the tide around. But their downside is that, of course, they do have the Zeusing with the damage, but it's only Prime that they have to focus on, for IZN especially. And they have a very ranged hero onto their side, this high artillery mage, which is already building enough damage to take down the Bruno. So if they get a pick off onto this Bruno, it might eventually be a better chances for IZN. But then again, it's so hard if there's so many frontliners here. Even Selavi onto the Xbox will be able to distract the frontliner most of the time, bait them out. Even the Juicin coming again, and there's the Akai who can be used as a self-healing hero too, if push come to shove, if they are trying to force a fight onto the Bruno. So there's a lot of protection coming up from Johan against for their Bruno. So maybe if Prime can stay alive for as long as possible in as many team fights as possible, they might eventually be able to turn the tide around.
Yep, you are right about that. And even if that's the third time I said that this game, but okay. IGN as well, they simply need to shut down the Bruno or the exploit at least once or twice. And with that, if they manage to pick off the main damage dealers from the side of Zohan, I think that they would have a much better chance of just winning this game, which they have dominated so well from the early itself. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the match, and we can see that Zohan, they seem to be zoning the Lord area already, freezing up the lanes as much as possible, while the side of IGN seems to be struggling a bit with the hold of the map which they had early on. It's not there anymore. They need to be careful with the lanes because the minions are going to be charging in, and they need to make sure that they are present at the Lord fight. But Miriadio, he's kind of unaware of the danger on towards the top, and he did manage to escape. It was risky, but he did manage to escape the situation.
Yeah, and it would have been very bad if he was getting caught right there, because it would be a green light for Johan to start the turtle right away, because they will be able to be fast enough to rotate down for the lock pit as well. But oh, final slash.
Oh, there comes another flicker final slash onto Sozin right away, and Godlike being secured by Win in an instant. Zohan just bursting down that Hylos, and which means it's a green light for Zohan to just take down the Lord. They are still trying. IGN is still trying to look for something, but that zone coming in from the side of Zohan is just way too much, and Lord being secured by them, this gives them a huge advantage. The 3k goal lead which IGN had before is now 5k, all in favor of Zohan.
Yeah, that's a biggest turnover, I would say, because IGN has been very consistent on building up that tempo and trying to get the goal leads. But one good team fight, I think it's more of a better team fight coming out from Johan and lesser part of a throw coming out from IGN, which made them lose the lead. So we can't blame the team as well, because Johan was just playing in better into that team fight that they had. And a little bit of a misconception coming out from Aaron as well. That has to be one of a big problem that they had faced right now. But the Lord is very, very fast, because it's already in. And the minions are actually really going to be synced well. Will they be able to get even all the 3 inhibitors here?
Yep, exactly, and that's an easy mid inhib and top inhib falling right away. Look at that, another heavy spin right into the base of Team IG, and Zohan here seems to be looking for more. There comes the glorious Palvi and the lasting entirety bursting down arrow right away. Taken down triple kill with the help of that Sky Piercer he picked up at the last moment. And Team Zohan looking for the base that they so desperately wanted, and they got it. Game number 1 being swept away by Zohan with a reverse comeback in their favor.
Wow, that was a big comeback. We have seen one team fight was enough for Zohan to turn the tide around. What was that? That was so perfect. And look at that wins bill, man. This guy is very cheeky here. He didn't go for the War X very early on. He went for those full tanky items. And in the end, he went for the Ice Queen as well as the War X. That's just slowing down the frontliners on the side of IZN. What can you do when you're hit with a lot of crowd control, a lot of true damage, and from the other end? This is, oh man, this is just perfect for Zohan to play. It was perfectly chaotic. They were trying to go for team fights all over the places. IGN were able to win the early games, but yeah, when you are tanky enough, when you have the tankies doing their works, your DPS will be finding it very free to deal out the damage. But it's actually funny though, because it's actually Win who have the most damage here, Sarah.
Exactly, so that's what an Xborg does to you when you have God of Kajan and the Hylos and the Ruby right in front of you, you know? There's no proper hero to burst down the Faraga armor, and that's just what happened here. But then again, Zohan really played mind games tonight. They gave IGN the exact comfort picks which they would have liked IGN to pick up, and picked the exact counter for it. And I strongly believe that it is that Xborg pick right at the end which really changed the entire draft in favor of Zohan.
It's true, right? Because up until the very end, even before we went into the real game, we weren't sure if it's a guy jungle or if it's Xbox jungle still. So yeah, that's even the Arlot too, yeah, we cannot forget that. So that was a very, very well game played coming out from Johan, and I do not want to take away the light from IZM, because they did the early game very, very well, and we would have thought with the composition coming out from Johan were supposed to win out to the early stages of this game, but it's actually IZN with a great rotation, with a great macro. IZN are so good on macro, I would say, in the laning phase especially. They were able to take all the leads, take all the objective, take all the turtles, and win the team fight. But Johan, they adapt so well with what they were picking, what the opponent were trying to do as well. So it's more of a game well played by Johan. So I would say still it was interesting. We already had a game on our hands. This is what we get when you see IGN and Johan play against each other.
Yep, and like we mentioned early on that IGN likes to play a bit more responsive as compared to Zohunt, who is more aggressive. And I think we saw a complete reversal of that in this game, especially because IGN was the one with that pick-off composition. They needed to stand in places and just cut off the rotations and take down the heroes one by one, while Zohunt read into that perfectly and rotated in so proper sync that they could not be picked off so easily. Like early on, I get it. The Akai, he wasn't tanky enough, and even the Bruno did not have items or spell which have a long cooldown, especially the Flicker with the 120-second cooldown. They were getting picked off, but once they had the farm, once they read into that situation in the game, they just adapted so perfectly, like you mentioned.
This is I like these kind of games, man. Even though when you are on the analysis side and there's a lot of team fights, you don't have chances to talk, but you have chances to enjoy. So there was a lot of team fights every second, every minute. We were like, yeah, we might see something, and they were starting the fights, and it was actually very funny. But a lot of kills onto the board as well. A lot of fights that we have seen. This was the most brawly team fights. Game, I would say, that I've ever witnessed, but it's still a 50-50. It was always been a 50-50. So until the second game as well, I would love to see Zohunt going for the Yi Sun Sin, and maybe Assassin for respect. Now he can play the Lancelot against the Yi Sun Sin too, but we'll never know. These teams, they adapt so quickly onto those metas that is not really out there yet. They are more likely to draw for their own composition and take away the heroes that that the team is not gonna be should not be getting. So this is this just added a lot of confusion into the drafting phase as well. But yeah, even the draft wasn't even the problem here. So I'm not sure what we'll be getting into the second game though.
Yep, and honestly, like the way the first game went down, I'm pretty sure that you, me, all of us, we are just waiting for the draft to begin for the second match onwards. And I think it will be actually a bit more interesting considering the fact that IGN, I think they read into the fact that Zohunt is reading into them. And this time around, they wouldn't be picking so obviously into their comforts so that Zohunt gets to counter it once again. Like you mentioned, and like we mentioned in the first draft, that they can just give away the Yi Sun Sin and Respect can pick up on the Lancelot, which is a very good counter. Like majority of the assassins get countered by the Lancelot, and with the recent buff in the meta change, Lancelot is actually very good. So we'll really have to see if this time around, does IGN play their comforts once more? Does Zohunt counterpick it, or does IGN actually play mind games this time around?
Yeah, this is actually, IGN are so good on the drafting phase, right? Because they are, they have bits, man. They have their bits there. Of course, they're going to be good into the draft most of the time, but it's more of an execution style as well, because I wasn't against their draft, because the way they were playing that game, the early game, especially in laning phase, the draft matters a lot. So this is what they were doing. It's just that Zohunt, they just turned the tide around with the last pick from Win, right? The export coming into play. Who would have thought that the export was going to be coming here? So it was actually very funny to see as well, but it was a nail to the coffin as well for Zohunt. But yeah, let's see what we're gonna be seeing here, because a lot of versatility onto the players as well, and we have a lot of composition already revealed out by these two teams. They can do whatever they want because they are so understanding of what kind of metas they are playing in. So Zohunt, they have the first pick. What will they prioritize here?
Definitely, I think Zohunt would be looking to pick up on something on towards the EXP one more time. Maybe the Arlot itself, or they could let Win play the CC and just zone everyone out once again, like he did on the export. Like, I think I mentioned in the first draft, right? Like, Zohunt, they need to pick up on an EXP which just shreds the enemy. And that is exactly what they did with that export pick right here. So once more, they might be aiming for a very similar kind of draft. But for the first ban though, like you mentioned, the Hayabusa permanently banned for Zohunt, no risks being taken by them. While IGN also banning out on the Bakshia right away. And the next ban most probably is going to be the Fredrin one more time.
Yeah.
1-1 is also off the board. So this time around, just IGN needs to strategize a little bit better, and they've got this in the bag.
They got this in the back here because even though they are into the second pick, right, they have the advantage to take two heroes that they are really, really comfortable on. So that's definitely it. But yeah, now that Zohunt is so well versed on playing against the Penny or even another assassins, but never on the Hayabusa, so they always take it away. And the 1-1 though, I feel like Prime does play the 1-1 a lot, so he might eventually be able to use it too. But it's more of a respect, right? Because I run the creator onto the 1-1 has been able to do so much with these heroes, so I don't think that they really are willing to risk it here at this point, because given that it's the second game, you want to have the win as much as possible. So this is very understandable here, but ICN, there are so many choices to ban here. Like I mentioned, if they go for the Predator 2, it will be working fine, but the Yisunsen is still out there. But
See
now
value
that
in me?
Yisunsen has been easily countered
You
a
should.
lot. I'm not sure what they're going to be doing, but there we go. The Fredin taken away. No Fredin again for the Steam Zone.
Yep, they simply won't let Dusty use the power of Dash Fredrin. I'm not gonna say the word, but okay. Fredrin is just one of those heroes Dusty is so good on, and IGN simply doesn't want that risk in this match. Zohunt though here, they have a variety of options left open. They can actually ban out on something so
Butterfly is
trivial,
born
and
by
they would
thy
still
wish.
have the draft in
Guided
control. And
by
yep,
lands
they
her
do ban
flight.
out on the Juxin right away, so that which neither does he get to play
They
it,
call
nor
me a
do they
hero
get to play it.
because I saved
So
my
that
nation
this time
from
around,
falling apart.
Zohunt would be looking for a much more common mage on towards the mid lane who can deal damage instead of being util. Which means that this time around, the tank and the EXP would be more on towards the side of the setups. So interesting here by both the teams, and IGN respect banning that Yisun Shen right away, not trying to give it away. But Team Zohunt, they can actually pick up on the Lancelot here, provided that Dusty is actually in the mood to play it,
Yeah, he's a go for it, man. Stop the rank, Lancelot. Let's play in the tournament. But yeah, like already mentioned, prioritizing onto the XP lane hero win. It will be going on to the CC again. So he loves playing the Shredders, man. So there's a possibility that we will be seeing another utility into the jungle. We'll never know, because it's still dependent on what family blessing is gonna be picking here. Because this guy, it's so weird to predict what he can go for, because he can go roam mazes. At one point, he went for the Valentina room. On certain occasions, it was working out. Even the Novaria room. But it still comes down to what Dusty is going to be picking, so as to predict what the rumor is going to be here right now. Because they have the damage into the XP side. They need a very, very tanky something. Either into the room or either into the jungle. We'll never know, because we'll have to see it. But IGN, they do have 2 picks into their hands. But are they going to prioritize? There are a lot of choices here.
Exactly. And the fact that the CC has been picked up means that on towards the EXP lane, Mirio is going to be having to pick up something really
Thorns
good and
remain,
to
should
out-rotate
petals
and
fall.
out-damage and out-zone that CC, out everything. And look at that, IGN, they actually listened to us. They did pick up on the Lancelot this time around. And their next pick could very well be the mid lane. They could pick up on the Farsa early on just to deny Faden of his main. But this being IGN, it's simply so unpredictable what they are going to be locking in next. They could also go in for the Badang in the EXP, or maybe
Welcome
the
to
God of
greatest
Kaja in
night
the
show
room.
of all
Anything-
time.
Oh,
What?
eh? Eh? What?
Okay.
Why are we
I will
seeing it?
choose
Why are we
my own
seeing it?
path.
Are they forcing? Oh no, there we go. There we go.
Oh,
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a major heart attack. But
Awesome.
okay. Our lot pick once again secured by
Magic is
IGN.
my
Good
life.
decision.
Oh my god. That's so much better, man. If it was Hurley, I would have, nah. But then again, the Arlet coming into play too. Desi's with the hands of IZN. It can go into the roam. It can also go into the XP. We'll never know. Because Zohan right now will be sticking to their utility jungle. We might possibly be seeing another damage dealing roam. But they have a lot of magic damage already. because the Harriet is already there very, very early, I
Payback
would say. But
time.
Harriet is also good against Desi heroes like the Arlott or even the Lancelot. But it comes down to the execution, the micro plays, the way you are able to set your skills right in time. But you have to be very, very decisive. But yeah, like you already mentioned, the deny pick coming through from the side of IGN, and even more of a comfort pick for Bits here, the first side coming into play. This is a very, very wealthy pick, I would say.
Yep, good point right there. And the fact that I think the Arlot is going to be in the EXP, right? The Arlot is one of the counters for CC in the EXP as far as I'm aware. So with the EXP, jungle, and mid lane already getting secured by IGN, this makes things a little bit easier for Zohunt to just ban out on one of the roam picks and one of the gold lane picks, which can counter the Harriet. And it's prime on the Harriet in their hands already getting secured, which means that things are going to be very interesting on towards the goal lane, and Aaron would have to give it his all.
Incarnate.
If IGN wants to win this. And Moscow gets banned out already. No DHS marksman gonna be coming out of there. And IGN bans out on 2 mages, the Selena as well as the Kadida, completely locking down Faden's heroes. They're gonna be targeting that mid control this time around much better. While Zohunt reciprocates in the same way by banning Aaron's mates.
Yeah, this is what the prime treatment he was getting, and now it will be for Aaron here. Moskov and Granger is the 2 heroes you do not really want to give away to these
our
2
showtime.
particular players, so we'll have to see. But the clock coming into play, this is a very, very valid choice, I would say, because the clock is one of the few marksmen that can go for the purify as well, and a lot of ways to have that lane clearing potential too, because he does have the BMI that can make him survive from any kind of dicey positions or outward sets most of the time. And I think it's also good against the Akai too, because you have ways to survive if you bring in the Purify. But then again, this is a very, very weak early game hero for the gold lane side, so you have to be very careful into the early stages of this game. You do not really want to give away the turrets so very early on. And Harriet is a very, very strong gold lane dominator, so they have to play it safe, but they do have the Farsa, a very high mobility, I would say. Not really high, but have a much more mobility than any other mazes could. So the rotation will be coming down to the hands-on blades, which may be calling the shots, for the gold laner as well. But Johan right now, they do have the ways to pick out a counter. What could they possibly go for here?
Honestly, here on towards the mid side though, they have very limited options, and of course, in all those limited options, they decide to pick up on the Novaria on towards the mid lane. That ultimate is going to be such a good utility once more into this game around. Faden just setting up the entire scene for the side of Zohunt, while Guinevere
for a real fight
towards the roam is actually very interesting, especially because it can cancel Claude's ultimate as well. If it manages to catch Lancelot and Farsa on time, it is going to be a very, very good utility right there. But Kalia being secured by the side of IGN, once again, changes the storyline a bit and gives IGN a little bit of that edge, especially on towards that early game because of her poke potential. Because otherwise, the Claude and Farsa, they need some time to scale up.
Mm-hmm. And this is what we're going to be waiting here as of now, the Kalea as the last pick. I mean, I do like a Kalea against Assassins, but against utility jungle, you have to be a little bit careful on who you are going to be bringing into your turrets most of the time, against your team most of the time. But the thing is that Harriet can actually bring in the Purify as well as the CC or the Novaria too, so it has to be very tricky. But as well, for IGN as well, they have the plot which can bring the Purify too. So let's see who's going to be bringing out the better gameplay into this second game.
Exactly so, Debbie. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the Land of Dawn in game number 2. Early poke kind of a rotation coming in from the side of IGN, as we can see on towards the mid side. And Team Zohunt sticking to what they know, what their standard is, and just playing for what they know best. And that is exactly what IGN has to answer this time around. Neutral, pokes coming in by both the teams, but the retribution will be used up early on by Dusty to secure that Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, that's a little bit gain that he's gonna be having and winning out the retribution too. I guess that Respect was using out the retribution as well. But yeah, now that we have mentioned, this is a very comfort hero for both of these teams right now, especially into the hands of Respect onto the land slot too. He might eventually be able to now the objective most of the time, but oh, a lot of actions onto the top lane. C'est la vie, taken very low.
Oh, we can see on towards the EXP, the early skirmish going on, Win getting caught out low. But that always happens when you're a CC in the EXP against an Alot, so it's quite the norm. Just standard things coming in by both the teams, and Prime getting his wave kind of frozen by Aaron right there, but he will manage to secure it since there is no counter rotation coming in from the side of IGN. But look at that, look at Shozen with the early aggression on to Novaria right there, but he will also be very low, and look at Family Blessings just trying to zone them out, but Dusty Mizo loses the heavy spin right before the turtle. Once again, not the best of decisions, but look at that early. Okay, the pokes coming in on towards the mid lane though. This is just fine, and there goes the feathered airstrike getting baited out of which also both the teams losing 2 major resources before the turtle, and it should be a very easy retribution being secured by Respect right there.
Yeah, the Thorn Rose just gave out a little bit of an edge, and the worst case scenario is that Dusty did not have the heavy spin as well. But oh my god, there's a 1v1 situation happening on the bot lane. That's not what's gonna be happening because this is a dead lane basically. They're just gonna be trading out to this gold lane most of the time. But the thing is, IGN they got the first. Oh, look at that top though.
Oh, just Walmart Lancelot doing what he does best, but it's okay. Okay. Early rotation coming in towards the goal side, but Aaron reads into it and just manages to back off on time. Good cam there, coming in by Josen, trying to cut off the rotation like we were mentioning. And this time around, IGN, they need to support their goal laner a bit more because it's a Claude who needs that early support to farm up to his full potential. But Aaron though, even though he has been farming alone for so long, he's doing a very good job of holding his waves just perfectly. Notices the danger and backs right away. That's just how a proper goal laner should be playing. But what do you think, Debbie? Who's gonna be making the next mistake? Oh, look, okay. We can see a little bit of an engage coming in on toward the bottom side. There comes Guinevere with the ultimate. Manages to land it, but no damage. Output coming in from his team. Just blows being dealt by either of the teams and then backing off safely.
Yeah, that's more of a forced mistake coming out from the IZN and waiting out the resources, a big one at that too. But no, first of all, so far, it's already 5 minutes of this game. This is so different from what we are used to seeing into the first game because they were all brawling, and this time around they were just, of course they did the fights, but they were not trading anything at this point. But this second turtle is going to be important for Zohunt as well. They should try to contest it as well, but the thing is, IGN, they have the better lead, they have the better option here. Look at that though.
Oh, we can see a bit of an engage coming in. Look at the feathered airstrike right on point. Curtain call though will catch Respect and Chosen. 2 important resources being getting wasted by both the teams before the turtle fight even begins. But it looks fine so far. There has been no loss of life. Look at the Violet Requiem being used up by Guinevere just to escape a very defensive strategy being used up by Zohunt right there. Good discipline coming in from the side of IGN as well. But this means that the turtle should very easily be secured by the side of IGN once more. Good zone coming in by Josen and Miria right there.
Yeah, that was a very good one, man. And that's actually gonna be giving them the lead for IZN right now, and this is kind of similar to the first game that we have seen, but this time around this is not a Bruno but a Harriet, but still it's gonna be better scaling. But I feel like, you know, both the teams are taking this very slow. They are so focused onto the objective. Oh, another tsunami slam.
Oh, we can see the first blood finally getting secured after 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Very, very unusual from the game style of both of these teams, but the discipline in this match is so very commendable. Prime, though, here will be caught out very low by 3 people from the side of IGN, but he does have the damage. Is he going to be getting it? Phantom Execution does miss, but okay, wasted Summers with the snipe right onto Josen, and Respect here will be trying to chase down the Herod, but will get caught out in the wild. Requiem once more has to escape by using up his second skill as well as losing his first skill dash. Very good snipes coming in by Faden, I would say.
Yeah, that was perfect. You know, this is the problem, right, with the Novaria. He just lower down the HPs of the backlines most of the time, even before the start of the team fight, and this is the main reason you pick out the Novaria as well, and Faden has been able to do the snipe perfectly on point too. But now that this, if you see the presence of both of these teams, they are more focused onto the bot lane as of now, and they might eventually try to do so.
Oh, the heavy spin comes in, but the Tsunami Slam does cancel it out pretty well, but Shozen would have to flicker out to escape out of the situation. Both the teams once more this time around getting poked quite a lot, and even Win has to back off to safety this time around. Oh, double knockup coming in, the Violet Wreck, but once more, no damage from the side of Zohunt, and what a beautiful set, just getting wasted like that, and Family Blessing gets taken down. Aaron trying to deal as much damage as he possibly could, but the snipe hits perfectly. Aaron gets taken down while Zohunt just trying to escape. The Phantom Execution will find Witch. Okay, the Phantom Execution finds Faden, and Witch would be taken down in response to that, and Mirio also takes down CC right away in the mid lane. Free tier 1 for the inhibitor okay, what? Dusty Mizu just decided to take the turtle in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, let them do whatever they want. I'm just gonna be focusing on the turtle, and this is what you know the compensation is about, because no matter how much he wanted to join into the team fight, he was already gonna be late. So it was actually a wise decision. If he lose that turtle, it's gonna be a different story. But looking at the build so far, never mind.
Oh, there was the good Tsunami Slam coming in by Josen right there, but the Purified did manage to save Prime, and Josen managed to escape with 1 slither of HP. A good play coming in right there, but by IGN, but Zohunt doesn't manage to back off. Mirio misses the final slash, but no worries. Both the teams are just gonna be backing off for now.
Yeah, this is actually very uncharacteristic of these two teams to back off, because they have been fighting quite a lot. But yeah, the thing is, now that this second game is more of a scaling, they are waiting for that gold laners to have their power spike as well, and most of the time we can see the sets coming in from Family Blessings has been on point. But the problem is that they have a warrior onto the mid side. That's not a complete damage, but
this time around, no Purified saves his life and gets bursted down right away with that Tsunami Slam. And Respect manages to defend the mid tier 1, but here Zohan seems to be looking for the re-engage. There was a curtain call, but it's only to Mirio, does not catch a second person, while Novaria seems to be sniping them to oblivion from the backline with nobody to actually catch her. Her positioning has been so immaculate in this match.
Yeah, this is actually very, very weird to see that, because their main damage dealer is the Herod, and the Herod is down, and Zohan still finds fit for a fight. They're just wasting out their resources. But good case though, they were able to defend their mid lane, so that's another game here. But the Lord is already up a lot of priorities onto this region here. Oh, look at that.
Oh, we can see the engage coming in. Nasimizo getting taken. Before the Lord fight even begins, very bad and disaster happening for the side of Zohunt right here. They did not need to lose their jungler before the Lord fight, because this would mean a free Lord for the side of IGN. Even with no goal lead for either of the teams, Team IGN seems to be winning out the fights in terms of the pickoffs in this second game, learning from the mistakes of the first game and just transforming it into their favor to winning and settling the score for a 1-1.
Yeah, this is a very, very dire situation. Oh, look at that Mirio.
Oh, he goes in and he finds Prime in the middle of all of it. Josen though will be caught out very low, has to back off. But Team Zohunt just doesn't seem to back off. Aaron getting the snipes onto him and will be caught out very low. And honestly, if this game manages to extend farther and farther into towards the 15-16 minute mark, I think the Novaria would have the potential of forcing IGN to recall back to bases every so often.
Ever so often, that's what he's gonna be doing, and he got a lot of damage already, so I'm worried how the late game is gonna be going, right? Because looking at the build so far, the Harry is not he's still not yet gotten the Holy Crystal, so there's still time for Zohunt to come online. Even the Novaria here is gonna be needing a lot of damage. Just two of them will still not be enough. But you know, Respect is going for a smiting build, which means that he can eventually go in and go out without getting any harm. But oh, what was that though? There was a fire. But we are blind.
That was just a precautionary measure so as to not. Oh, okay, on to the water.
Oh, win!
Wow, man, this man is setting the standards for EXP plays 2025. But wow, Respect getting taken down by Win right there. Very big deal right here. That was a much needed kill for Zohunt right away, just to delay IGN from taking down any more towers or neutral objectives in this match, I would say.
That was a friendly recall as well, because if people saw it, it might have been looking toxic. But these players are friends, man. They are friendly rivalry we are seeing right now. But yeah, the Lord is gonna be up here. Even Respect is gonna be back, but Zohunt have another plans into their heads because they want this turret, because they won't be able to get to Lord because the timer is still far away, and they will be successful in getting that benefits of Respect falling down with just one turret into the bot side, which took long enough for them because of course this is Claude, right? He is so good on defending his turrets most of the time. But yeah, 4-7 into the scoreboard. We are already going 13 minutes of this game, and Holy Crystal under the hands of Prime. Zohunt might eventually be able to start going for team fights here.
Exactly so. And with the Lord coming up in another 15 seconds on the board, I think Zohunt should definitely try to contest the Lord, considering the fact that there is practically no goal difference. But look at that, whenever you're trying to catch down the Mirio in the middle of all of it, will find a kill. Prime gets it, much needed for that extra goal farm. And now, IGN is the one who are one man down before the Turtle Lord fight begins. And Team Zohunt has the perfect chance to try and come back this match around as well. As long as they manage to pick off a 1 or 2 from the side of IGN, they can take this Lord for free, and they just need to zone out Respect in case they want Dusty to just secure that retribution. And look at that, they are trying to do exactly that. They are trying to get those pokes coming in, and Team IGN seems to be answering it quite well. Look at Respect trying to poke down Win on that CC, but Novaria with Astral Recall will find the damage onto Aaron, who will be forced to back off using that mirror image from his pet, obviously. But then again, Team IGN here, they backed off, and even so did Zohunt. So once again, it's going to be a 5 versus 5 at the Lord.
Yeah, and it's gonna be important who starts the fight. Oh, family problem.
Oh, we can see IGN with that beautiful engage coming in, placing to it. Fine family blessing, and look at me trying to go Prime, and Prime is sustaining though. He's sustaining in the middle of 5 people, and he actually finds just went in the middle of it, and there comes the heavy speed on Mirio. Miro getting caught out very low, but he will find Prime in the middle of the 5 random execution onto the backside. Will find CC. Team IGN gets 3 down. They are still chasing for more. Dusty Mizo, the driver, along with the Novaria. There is a can do here, but he will find Mirio manages to escape from the team fight situation. Team IGN simply turn it around in their favor. They are low though. Will Team Zohunt try to contest it? They still have the Akai, they still have the Novaria. They're going to be trying to contest, but no, onto the backside will be chasing down the Novaria, forcing her away, zoning her out. But will finally win the retribution battle. Another random execution coming to play. The Violet Requiem doesn't knock him down, but Respect finds a Dusty, and now Aaron will look to find family blessing. 2 members down from the side of Zohunt once more, and this time around the Lord would be marching down the top lane.
Oh my god, that was a very understandable contest coming in from Fade and as well as Dusty Meter, because they do not really want to give out the lore for free, but unfortunate for them, they have a lot of damage onto the hands of Aaron already. Now that the lore is there, Muriel is up, the final potential set that he can make will be on point. Will it be on point again? We might eventually be seeing it when the lore is near the inhibitors most of the time, but you know what, I feel like Zohunt will be able to defend this, because this is not an evolved lore just yet and they have the inhibitors still standing. But you know what was that fight? A lot of sustain coming in from Prime here. He already got the good Holy Crystal, which means a lot of damage already, but look at that though.
Oh, CC managing to find the kill onto Josen though. This does mean IGN having a little bit of a disadvantage on towards that Lord push. They do find one inhibitor and Respect is looking to take down the second one but has to back off with 3 members charging onto him. And we can see another Aaron getting jumped away right there, but he manages to escape and doesn't even use his Purify, which is something very good for the side of IGN. Gives them breathing space in this match, because as this match is progressing, I feel that IGN is getting pressured to take down the base in their favor.
Yeah, they have to stay a little bit, disciplined here, because they cannot risk going in, because this is Zohunt we are talking about. They are so good in punishing what the opponents are mistaken. Like they even a little bit of a mistake, you can get punished for that, and this is what IGN shouldn't be doing this time around. But they do still have a very good lead in map control as well as goal. But yeah, it's still gonna be a little bit tricky here, because this time around Prime is also getting the damage, even Faden onto this Navaria too, and of course Win onto this CC. He was able to solo out the Lancelot, so we know that he got the damage. Is very, very well done too. But the only problem for Zohunt is that they have no ways to catch Aaron the Creator here, because he's on the Purify. Even the Space of Migration, even if he gets caught on that, he does have ways to survive that onslaught. So it's gonna be coming down to who make the better decision here, because even though IGN have a better turret going on, Zohunt also have a lot of damage already into their hands.
Exactly so. And honestly, the fact that you mentioned that it is going to rely on who makes the better decision is actually so true, because whoever gets the first pick off now at this Lord fight will most likely be winning the match in their favor, unless the other team just decides to completely turn around that team fight, which is very, very difficult. But look at that though, Novaria with those snipes just getting the vision so well in every possible nook and corner, and Aaron, he has to rotate on towards the bot side just to clear up the lanes, which does give Zohunt a bit of an edge to just poke down the Lord and try to play a Lord bait in their favor, maybe.
Yeah, this is kind of a Moskov, right? The Claude is also kind of like a Moskov, because he can play the long lanes. Even they have a Lancelot too, so this is what Zohunt doesn't have. The only good thing that they have for a lane clearing into the site is the Novaria, but still the Novaria doesn't clear that well in comparison to the Claude or even the Lancelot, of course. So I feel like IGN this time around, they have the better map control again into the long lanes too, because they are going to be forcing Zohunt to clear out their long lanes most of the time, and they cannot blitz down the Lord. And even if they try to do it, they are going to be outnumbered most of the time, so this might eventually be a free Lord here.
Oh, look at that! There comes the heavy spin trying to steal away the Lord, but would not give enemy use. There, pilot by the Guinevere, but she will be taken down with that over. That flicker should not have been used. Dusty also getting caught out a little bit, and there comes a double knock up from the Kalia right there, but Meteor will take down Prime, while Respect finds Dusty. Meteor 3 members down from Zohunt. IGN chasing them down to their base. Look at Respect with those plays. He was trying to dash in, but he kind of actually just missed a minion as well as the dash right there. But okay, Team IGN does seem to have the lead right here. They are trying to be looking for the base right away, and if you can see the camera a little far ahead, and we can see Witch taking down CC with that feathered airstrike. Novaria in the base. Friendly fire from both of these teams in the second game, all in favor of IGN.
Yeah, this is what we were expecting, right, Sarah? We were expecting a full start game, 3 games. This is a best of 3 series, and of course, IGN would not be walking away with that kind of lose that they faced into the first game. So a lot of damage into the hands of Aaron, the creator as well. It's very funny to see him getting only 2 kills when he was dealing the most amount of damage too. But that was a very very good game, well played by IGN. They know that they have a scaling hero onto their side. They know they have the ability to play out onto the long lanes as well, and they use that. They use that so well. They were sending Aaron the creator into the bot lane, just letting him set out for the minions too. They have the advantage in the waves and to the top lane for respect here for Lancelot too. And in the end, there wasn't an answer coming out from the side of Zohunt. They do have ways to get the damage done, but they do not have the ways to answer or fight back with the mirroring kind of stuff for the long lanes. And in the end, it was just the macro that mattered, and IZN played this so well with the heroes that they are given.
Yep. And honestly, I feel bad for the Guinevere right here because she had such amazing setups. Honestly, like 3 or 4 times was literally the Guinevere setting up for Zohunt so well, but there was simply no backup from the side of Zohunt. Like it's a Harriet. He doesn't have the burst for at least 7 to 8 seconds when his ultimate is on cooldown. Then it's a Novaria whose only source of damage is basically the second skill snipe, and it simply wasn't timed well enough for the side of Zohunt, and I think that's where things went a little haywire for them. And IGN just utilized it to their full potential. They let the Guinevere jump in. They just soaked in all of the damage coming in from the Guinevere and then retaliated in the same way once the major crowd control skills were used up by the side of Zohunt.
Yeah. And Guinevere is more of a pick-off hero too, I would say, because of course you'll be able to land those skills onto more than one member. It still can work out, but pairing with the Novara is not the very best option, because when you get a perfect jump, you want it to be an insta burst DPS alongside you, and they weren't able to find that into those early games. So if they had a hero that was that got a lot of damage, or instant delayed kind of burst, it could have really really been good. But I don't say the Novaria was bad. The Novaria, I can see the visionary of why they pick up the Novaria too, because they want to poke, they want to deal out the damage, and they trust the damage dealt coming in from Harriet too. But the thing is, I see, and they do have a lot of ways to try to counter out the Harriets. One Purify is not going to be enough because Arlot happens, the Kalea happens, and of course you get picked off when those high control CCs you're going to be getting into.
Yep, and honestly, with that was like an actual blast coming in the second match, because we finally got to see the full potential of IGN into those team fights and not just for the pickoffs. So definitely a very good 1-to-1 score settler right there, and the tiebreaker is going to be even more exhilarating, given the fact that both teams this time are going to be playing the mind games. The first game it was Zohunt, second game it was IGN, and then this third game just going to be trying to cross each other and trying to secure that 0-1 point in this stage.
Yep, and it's going to be very dire, right? They just want to win, and is it just me, or I just feel like IGN, they finally found their ground again, because some days they weren't, they hadn't had those kind of success all over the places, but now that they are so back in form, there's no change in their players, right? But there's change in their play style, the way they are playing. I feel like they're just improved a lot in comparison to the first season that we had in War Drums. Also, this is one of the peak IGN that I've seen, and I feel like they are also a scary lineup. But also, they are going against Zohunt, the previous season winners, the champion. We'll see what these two big teams will be able to do into the third game. I'm so excited.
Yep, it's the match of the reigning champions versus one of the rising champions in this community scene. Like, they have been around for a long time, but it's very recent that their performance has skyrocketed so well, and it is so good to see for all of us. And with that, Debbie, we are towards the third drafting phase right away. And I think this time around as well, IGN is going to look for that Baxia and Fredrin ban, while Zohunt just simply bans out on the Hayabusa and the 1-1.
Yeah, it's like we're already aware. So I feel like, the Yisensen can be ignored this time around. Even though I love the Yisensen so much, it's not really going to be working out. And one thing I noticed is that Hero hasn't been
need
playing
no
the
protection from
because
the
he found
rain.
success all over the place with this hero, but not the wins. Okay, there we go. The bans
Let's hear from
are
the crowd.
very, very
Make some
predictable
noise for
here
yours
already for
truly.
IZN as well as Zohan. But the CC is what they are taking away, which is what they did into the very first game, the game one. Very understandable. They do not want to see Meteor onto the CC2. This is a potential threatened ban again, right? Because it's Dusty, right?
Yep, that's what. And honestly, the fact that the CC gets banned out this time around does give IGN a little more space to pick up on the Garutkaja and the high loss which they did
See
in the first
value in
game.
me?
And just potentially
You should.
ban out on the Xborg. Or I don't know, maybe just pick something, maybe a mage a bit more style to just burst out that Floraga armor. And then IGN would have a huge advantage in towards the draft. But judging from their bans right now, it's very standard. The Baxia, the Fredrin, the CC, and now it's going to be 90%. It's going to be the Hayabusa or the 1-1 coming up.
Yeah, if they don't, I think Respect might be like, yeah, this is my day. I'll be picking up the Hayabusa. So they shouldn't give away the Hayabusa still because it's
Sanjo.
a good hero to pick away. Okay, there we go. One
They
is
call me a
down,
hero
even the 1-1
because I
is still
saved my
avoidable.
nation from
But
falling
okay,
apart.
the Yisensen also has to go.
To me,
IGN.
fun
they
is all that
can-
matters.
Okay, they're also the 1-1. Of course, it's very like it's so the bans are so on point. I mean, we already know what they're gonna be banning, but what they're gonna be picking is the question. Is it gonna be the Lancelot again? I don't mind the first pick Lancelot or even an Arvin.
Thorns remain.
Yep, honestly,
should
same here. I
petals
would
fall.
also vote for the Lancelot, and that's exactly what Team IGN is doing this time around. They just decided, like, nah, man, no more Yisun-Shin. We're just tired of farming for so long. Let's
Yeah.
just go in with
I
the
will
snowball
choose my
early
own
itself
path.
and let Aaron deal damage on towards the late game. That's a much more classic
Butterflies
IGN
born
game
by
style,
thy
which we
wish,
enjoy so
guided
much. But
by
Zohan,
lantern's
they
light.
aren't backing off. They instantly lock in on the Arlot as well as the Jukshin. Just something that works so well for them in the first game, and now they want to try and create a deja vu for Team IGN right here in the third game.
I'm actually wondering what Johan is going to be picking into the jungle, right? That's the meter. I feel like there's
You are
lesser
facing
option
a
now.
cluster.
Lancelot counters a lot of tanky heroes as well, so it's kind of very tricky. Even the Akai didn't work into the second game against the Lancelot, but the glue is already picked away into the hands of
I am
Meteor.
vengeance
He's so comfortable on this hero, it's kind of
incarnate.
scary. But it turns up into the heroes too. This is a very, very classic IGN style, like you already mentioned. Give out the damage dealing into the hands of Aaron, the creator, and he will be doing all the miracles. And
Time to take the field.
especially when he gets his hands on the Moscow. So there's a possibility that Johan will have to, get something that can be an answer to the Moscow because they already picked out the Zeus and there's no option for the Farsa anymore. What are their choices? I'm actually very worried.
And honestly, with that, I think both the teams have like very standard picks at the moment, but IGN slightly has the edge in terms of meta. Like Moskov, late game, he has so much more utility than a Bruno does. But then again, Zohan just seems to be repeating the first draft that worked so well for them. The Arlord Jukshin Bruno already secured. And I think reading into that, IGN would potentially be banning out on the Xborg, possibly, or maybe even one of Dusty's heroes. We never know what could be banned here. While Zohan, I think they need to ban out on the Farsa, maybe the Selena, as well as the Kadita, and try to just target that mid lane so that they can gain the mid control which they had in the first game.
Payback
Yeah, the
time.
mid control is all about it, right? And the Farsa does really well into the mid game. Into the early game with the mid control. So yeah, very, very on point with the draft here. Sarah is the first star has to be taken away. If I would like it, like you mentioned, if they ban away another mage too. But now there's still an
Malachi
option
enters the scene.
for IGN to ban away the heroes that can possibly be into the hands of the team.
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
A flex, it can go roam, it can also go the
Light me up and watch
XP
the
side.
world
Okay, the attack taken
burn!
away as well as the X-Borg. So, oh my goodness. Is this a 5 jungle ban? Oh no, it's not a jungle for X-Borg, right? It can go into the XP. But the Kalea taken away by Zohunt, not a mage.
Time to drop the
Those
beat
are
of the
like
flash.
5 very targeted bans, I would say, coming in from IGN. But Zohan right away, like without risking anything, they just simply decide to lock in on the Joy. Dusty's infamous Joy. So we're gonna be seeing how this works out on this game around. But this does give IGN
Muscle of iron,
what do we say?
bones of steel.
Oh, I forgot the word, but okay. IGN does get the chance to pick up on the Galkacha as well as the Kadita. So that's 2 very strong crowd control getting picked up, which means the Joy is going to have a very tough time trying to mark down the backline.
Oh yeah, and this is actually good for IGN. They have an Enchant to the Juicin as well as a Bruno, but that's a classic family problems pick, man. This is the show right now. When I feel like for Johan here, they have this pattern where if they are in a dire position, they usually go for the throw as a last resort, and it's kind of a last resort for them as well because IGN have a good pick, a lot of good picks already. The glue, the kata is 2 annoying heroes, and you add that Lancelot who can dive into the backline as well as the Kadita who is very very good in camping and in boosting as well. But yeah, this is kind of a comfort pick already for the hands of Zohan, more of a meta for the hands of IGN. And also a fun fact, Zohan won with the Joy into the second season of War Drum, so this is a little bit of a nostalgia pick, and it's just that is a new appearance. But let's see what the final games will be bringing us.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, back into game number 3, and this is the Land of Dawn for you. Once more, Zohan just trying to zone Witch away from taking his minions and taking that mid control in their favor. And there's an early revitalize being popped out by Chosen, which is actually very interesting to say because that's a major resource not to be wasted out. But look at Mirio here though, forces the red ray from Dusty Mizo, which gives IGN a chance to possibly invade and take out the small creeps, especially like the small camp as well as the lethal wanderer, and that is exactly what they seem to be doing here. But on towards the gold side though, Prime having a little bit of an easier time freezing the wave against the Moscow, and that's just how the early game goes for all of these heroes.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure already for both of these teams here. Even though Johan does have the winning lane into the goal side. Oh, what? First blood so early into the hands of Johan taking down Witch. This might eventually giving them the lead onto this map wise, but early rotation coming in from Family Problem though.
Oh, look at Respect trying to mark down Prime with those, like, the dashes coming in from his first kill. Smart move, but it wouldn't be of much use because Prime can just back off into his tower, and that is exactly what he did. Both the teams now, they need to try and contest for the turtle, while Zohunt will go in for the classic mage and EXP rotation, but the Phantom Exhaustion will find Cho on towards the mid lane. What a play coming in by IGN Red to just take down the roamer and secure the turtle. Smart move, very smart move coming in by IGN right there. But this isn't over though. Look at Glue trying to deal damage and just climb on top of Win and take him back to their own jungle and get the kills necessary for the side of Team IGN. Meanwhile here though, Jukshin trying to zone them away, but obviously test for that turtle, and Respect is going to be securing it very easily, and not right into Jukshin's face, and will try to get the kill. AOG to zone her out, and they will. But there comes the way of the dragon onto Respect under the tower. Good retaliation coming in by Cho right there, but will find that Cho kill once more. But this isn't over. Glue once more, just manages to catch Win, while Win manages to get a kill onto the Kadita, and once again, IGN manages to find Win as a prey.
That's a nostalgia for the game one. Go for the fights most of the time, but oh my goodness, there's an aggression coming out from Aaron the Creator here. But yeah, this is what the glue provides, right? Because of the resets on the cooldown of the ultimates. Oh, family problem though, trying to look for something. The self peel coming out from Aaron the Creator will be helping him. He does also have the Purify, so it would have been a fault gang either way, but still. It's a well played coming in from Mirio most of the time, I would say, because he has been doing a lot for IGN onto this team fights, just getting the ultimate, mounting someone here and there, but top lane.
Oh, a little bit of a poke coming in towards Prime. And this time around, honestly, Prime has so much resting on his shoulders to deal damage, to play safe, to sidestep which Josen as well as Mirio. He has to do so much in this match around, and I can just feel the pressure onto him. But look at Respect though, trying to invade into Dusty's jungle with Zohunt. They are trying to answer it as much as possible. Mirio though, trying to look for that zone out, but would not be finding it as much, and has to back out the Phantom Execution, deals the damage onto Zuxin, onto the mid side, but will not be fully committing to that fight.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage already into the hands of Respect. This guy is able to play so comfortably on this hero, even though Dusty is on another Dusty hero. He hasn't been able to find advantages all over the places, because it's more of IGN playing the game lesser than Johan trying to do it. So even this objective will be already better under this hand, but family blessing all over the place, trying to get something though.
Oh, we can see a bit of a skirmish at the turtle. Respect trying to take the turtle all to his side. There comes the AOG. Doesn't really find anyone, but Dusty will try to get the retribution. Doesn't. Oh, Glue with the stick on right into their faces. Does manage to get a good crowd control right there, and will try to get the ultimate out. And look at Family Blessing getting taken down by right away onto the mid side. No escape for him right there, as Respect is now looking for more, and he finds Jukshin thanks to the Spear of Misery, just perfectly on time, getting the stun onto the Jukshin right there. And Win here trying to defend that mid tier 1 will find it on point. Good engages coming in by IGN right there.
And it's just, they are just getting all the advantages, all the goals all over the places, and this has been stopping them most of the time. On his own jungle, Dusty isn't even able to farm properly. This is the pressure coming up from a Kadita, very good hero against any kind of assassins. You cannot be ganked upon when you have the Petrify as well as the Rough Waves too. But oh my goodness, there's an off-cam kill coming in from Faden. He's not able to survive.
But okay, on towards the top side as well. Prime gets taken down, so that's 2 kills on the board in favor of Team IGN right off camera. Look at the bot side though. Look at Respect getting marked so well. He's trying his best though, but not enough. Did not have the dashes. Try and escape. But Aaron here trying to mark down Family Blessing in the middle of 3 people. Oh, just the final slash so properly, so accurately. Just wow from him. And okay, but Joe with that over aggression will get caught out by Mirio right away. Gets taken down so very easily.
You would have thought that it was a little bit of compensation coming in from Johan, but in the end, a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a jealousness can cost you everything, and that was what happened. Now it's all into the favor of IGN again, and they have their Moscow farm up. He's already having all the beautiful lead that he is gonna be needing, and this is not a good decision too. But the thing is, Prime has been collectively farming, but no.
He just doesn't have the space, like I mentioned. There's so many crowd controls being launched onto him, and look at Win though. He's trying to catch Aaron, but he's alone and he can't kill Moskov alone. He's on the tank build. But as for Mirio though, he is so perfectly synced with Witch for those knockups and the rub waves that the other damage dealers from the side of Zohunt are just getting taken down. But look at that. Look at the Jukshin being forced to use up her ultimate just to go back defensively. Just shows how well IGN is playing in this match around and how much of map control they hold.
Yeah, this is, and they are using it to their full advantage as well. And you know, the SOD connecting on time, that's just a cherry on top. Again, taking down Salavi into the most important decision as well. Even though Prime has been actively farming all over the places, onto the long lanes, onto the far lanes as well, he hasn't been able to get up to the goal that Aaron has already set for him, because the team has been able to rotate on time, just protecting their marksman most of the time, even stopping all the gangs coming out from the side of Johan again. But you know, one thing is for sure is that they do have a throw which can change the tide of any game. One perfect kick onto the Moskov will be, you know, they for Johan they'll be able to find a little bit of a comeback. But top lane, 1v1 situation, and oh my god, Aaron wants it.
Like, wow, it's Aaron on Moscow, man, and he can even
Yeah.
get Dusty on the joy. I think that speaks a lot. Like, I think it's just the farm gap, though, honestly, and the fact that Dusty was trying to get that last stack onto him, but the Spear of Misery was just timed so well. I think that made the difference. But then again, well done, man. Okay, Team IGN here, they seem to be looking for a little bit on towards the mid side, but I don't think they'll be finding it though. There's 4 people defending just the mid lane, so I think that we would call that quite a successful defense coming in by the side of Zohunt in exchange for Dusty, of course.
You know, I feel like Moskov is the kind of hero. Ooh, family problem.
Oh, spoke too soon, did I? But okay, no, just a little skirmish. They backed off.
A teaser of what can happen into the next round of the team fights. But still, I would say, you know, Family Blessing hasn't been able to find the right target that you wanna have on the show. You just wanna have the kick onto the most important members, especially the Moskov, who is on the Purify too. They beat it out, but oh my goodness, that's a burst coming out from Saravich here, from the Kadita. I don't think they do. For Johan, they have an answer to this. And you know, one thing that's kind of different for the build coming out from Joy is that he went for the Genius one, not the Starlim side. Maybe the change up has been affecting the Joy quite a lot, so he want more damages, so he went for it. But it's already too late, man. There's no snowball into the hands of Zohan. They are so behind on goal, and the Lord is already into the advantageous side for IZN again.
Yep. And honestly, with that lot advantage coming in favor of Team IGN here, I think they would be looking for a clean end to this instead of making any mistakes. So obviously, the waves are very well synced and frozen, I think, and friendly fire on both the sides. And it's only the Genius one and the Holy Crystal for the Joy, and only 2 items for the Bruno, while Moskov has 4. I think that makes a huge difference for any team when the main DPS is so very farmed that he can deal damage from 10 miles away and force you to retreat while also just taking down objectives so very well. Look at Aaron though. He's just chilling, man. He's just chilling, hitting them from so far apart.
SOD again.
But what? Why? Again, a why coming in by Aaron right away. Just what the hell, man? We were praising you so well for doing so well, and it's okay. It's Aaron, it happens. It's IGN, it happens. But okay.
It's IGN.
Yes, that's just a silly mistake right there. But okay, they can easily come back from this. They still have an easy 6.57k goal lead in their favor. So obviously, as long as they manage to get a pick off or 2 more, and that is exactly what they're aiming for. Not enough though. Onto the backside, IOG managed to find 2, and a win will be taken out right away by Respect Dusty, trying to look with that electrifying beat, trying to find the kills, but onto the backside. For that redemption, and he finds it. Family problem though, trying to look for an escape, but onto the top side, Respect will find Dusty Mizo, of all people. Once again, 4 down from the side of Zohunt, and IGN simply looking for the base. And 1 mistake, but turned it around so very well and found game number 3, a 2-1 reverse sweep for IGN.
I almost stood up from my chair, man. It was so fun. What was that game? I thought it was done with. It was like, yeah. At one point, I thought they would be able to end it so well, and Aaron did that thing, right? But oh my goodness, what was that? IZN. This is such a classic IGN style play that we have seen. This is how they shine on get respect onto the assassins, get the DPS onto the hands of Aaron, the creator, and you'll get a win. And 2 bronzes onto the side of Johan. I mean, we should not focus on that, but that's a lot of damage dealt by Miro as well. He got the glowing one. If you get the glowing one onto the glue, it just means you just know that you are so ahead. You are so ahead, and this is what Miro is doing right now. He was able to find everything all over the place since the level 2 that he acquired from the start of this turtle, for all the team fights, for all of those pickups that he was able to do. This guy is so amazing on this damage dealing kind of a distractor of a hero, and him on the glue has been a power point for the side of IGN too. But we cannot forget, this is Aaron the creator onto the Moskov, so confident on picking it into the first phase. That was a second pick already, getting out the Moskov, banning out the Farsa as well. And this is, a very important pick for IGN too. They were able to play around the Moskov, and I don't think Johan were able to respond to these plays.
Exactly so. And the fact that even though Prime was trying his best to farm safely and play it safely, he had like 3 to 4 people just jumping on him all the time. The glue would go in along with the Karida's Petrify. Then if he managed to escape that somehow with his flicker and tap boots and whatever, and there would be an AOG landing right on his face along with Lancelot just dashing in with a Phantom Execution. So obviously this was a very difficult game for Zohunt's goal laner right there, especially for a hero like Bruno with only 1 dash. So obviously we would be able to see another rematch maybe somewhere in the future once the Swiss stages are done. But for today, IGN sweep that in a reverse way with 2-1.
I like this IGN version, man. I hope they stay as well. And the funny thing is, these are the only 2 teams which has been able to stay on top without changing the roster, without changing the names. And it's kind of a very cinematic, it's an overused word, but it's kind of fitting here to see them play against each other in the Swiss stage also. And like you mentioned, I want to see them into the playoffs, and yeah, I hope Johan comes back from this, because they were able to beat IGN for a lot of times already, even though IGN were able to find it, but Johan has a better win rate against IGN. And IGN, without teasing out the lineups as well, they were actually the one getting better here. Even we can see it's palpable onto the playstyle too, especially I would say on Mirio and Aaron the creator. They were the one actually having all the skills, all the micros and the macros as well. This is I just like this IGN, man. It's just so good. But I hope Johan can come back stronger, because hey, they are the reigning champions, man. You cannot go down like this.
Exactly. So I think that should be enough of motivation for Zohunt right there. And honestly, they have the potential. They did such a good job of coming back in the first game, and that was honestly so hard to pull off, especially against the YSS and the Ruby and everything. And second game onwards as well, they had the early game in their favor, but IGN was the one to pull off with that comeback. So obviously, Zohan, we would love to see more of you, and congratulations to IGN for securing today's first game with a 2-1. That was the first best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with game number 2 very soon with fresh faces and fresh talents. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we will be right back.
All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
0 is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful night. And with the first match done, we are bringing you the second match of the day between Team Maaf and Team Sacred Shrine onto the caster's desk. Two new faces, me, your girl Zero, and my fellow caster, Crux, on my side.
Hey, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's been having a great day. It's a great, amazing time to actually be alive because we see Team Maaf fighting against Team Sacred Shrine. I wouldn't actually be surprised if Maaf won, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sacred Shrine give them a run for their money too. Sevo, do you have any predictions? As a matter of fact, because I really don't know much about Team Sacred Shrine.
Sacred Shrine is just a rebranded name. They just rebranded from, first of all, the Eliminators to Anarchy. Now they are back with a new name, Sacred Shrine. So, surprise, surprise. Yep. Yeah, we do have two new addition to the, members. So, for EXP, we have Romcom, we have Van Satoru for the jungle. So, of course, there are a lot of stuff that you can expect from both of them. But one thing I would like to expect is a Uranus, either a pick or a ban, because we have your mom on Maaf, so he does like to play the Uranus, and he's quite in meta. So, about that, I'm just curious because Maaf has the first pick right now. So, just thinking if it would be a priority.
I don't think Uranus is a priority anymore, especially after that little tweak on the Radiance stack damage on his first skill. But then again, you see the Arma, a hero that can actually devastate team fights, especially with his repositioning abilities and also his crowd control. He's a very dangerous threat and will be soon put into the ban section, along with Yi Sun Shin, who has a global vision gathering ability, and also Zhu Shin, a hero that can keep constantly putting you into a state where you can't really do much, and you're just a basketball being taken up and being thrown around.
Certainly, those are the heroes that we would be expecting to see quite a lot, in the priority mostly. But I do like that they went for a ban on the Lancelot to, help at least tone down the effects, tone down the threat that a Lancelot poses. Same with
thy wish.
usually two of the top junglers banned out, which means both the teams, they have to either rely on the previous junglers like the Hayabusa, or maybe go for a utility jungler this time. But I do like that they banned out a lot of heroes that is quite rising up on the leaderboards, which kind of gives us chance to see other heroes which are not played out quite often. So quite excited to see which heroes will be getting picked out there.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. You have like all the old hyper heroes that everyone is spamming for some reason, like the Hayabusa and utility junglers. But we do also have the opportunity to pick heroes that weren't previously in the meta. Now, recently, Eamon got a little adjustment. He's pretty much of a hidden gem. He can hit and run. He does have the ability to actually destroy backline and also escape from there. He can also do a lot for his team. But again, Roger, another hero that's actually been shining in the jungle position, not in the pro scene, but pretty much in the solo queue. You see Roger literally everywhere, and Alucard is pretty decent too, especially with the buff on his passive where he does 10% extra damage to jungle monsters, helping him clear faster, while all other heroes like Julian, Alpha, all of them got a reduction in the damage that they deal to jungle monsters.
Muscle of iron.
Yep, certainly
Bones of
Roger
steel.
can be a good option for the jungle this time. But the thing is, most of the heroes that either of the junglers play, they are, they tend to
Tail's
pick
been itching for a
their
real
comfort,
fight.
which just they don't want to take a risk. But since it's a best of 3, I would like to see some risk getting taken up. But then again, since maybe both the team would want to go for a clean sweep to not waste any time as well. But first pick right off the bat, I do like that they went for a pick of hero,
Let's hear from the crowd.
Kalea
Make some noise
out
for
here,
yours
which
truly.
poses quite a threat if you do not have a purifier or an immune skill to her, Tsunami Slam, especially when you're a mage or a marksman, you'll be getting targeted quite often. So it leaves Sacred Shrine to
Payback time.
kind of, pick a hero which would be helping to get away from the Kalea. But, I do like the Farsa pick. Good for range, good for zoning out there.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. Farsa against the Kalia is most questionable, but then again, you've got the second skill from the Kalia who can knock out Farsa, disabling the ultimate, but that is only if Kalia can actually catch her in range. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste spell, and Farsa can actually take the protection of CC, and also maybe that roamer to actually make sure that she's safe. If Team Sacred Shrine actually put together their resources and execute it well, they'll actually easily handle this. Maaf, on the other hand, they go for the Hayabusa, a hero that's known for the bursts that he deals, especially with the Ogi Shadow Kill and the passive stacks. He is a dangerous threat, but now it's mostly like you have to make sure all of the passive has been targeted onto the enemy before you use the Ogi Shadow Kill, or you can use it to actually escape too, but then again, that's only if you timed your second skill with Quad Shadow right. Harriet, also another hero getting picked on the side of Team Maaf. Are you excited to see a Harriet? Because I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen Harriet in so long, especially in the gold lane with the new marksmen that we see often. Harriet, since he deals magic damage, right? He's not quite much picked out usually. But when there's a Harriet, we usually see a Phobius. But then
Time to drop the beat of the flag.
Since CC got picked out, the thread of Phobius just got vanished out. So that was quite a confident pick, if I have to say. Coming from Maaf, from mid to late, he's gonna be a bit of a problem. But right now, there is a joy against a Hayabusa. A little bit questionable, but we have seen in yesterday's matches that if you are quite sure about the hero, then the counter does not matter. So right now, it's up to the execution part, because technically both the picks that the teams are doing are the hero and their counters all together rotating against each other. So quite excited.
Totally. While we have two Leonins on both different sides of the teams, we've got Harriet on the side of Team Maaf, and also we've got Joy on the side of Team Sacred Shrine. We might actually be in for a fun little cat fight. But look at that. Uranus, like you predicted, will not be playing, though. He won't be in the match because he's going to go directly into the ban section, because obviously Sacred Shrine does not want to actually deal with the tanky, beefy frontline from the side of Team Maaf, especially with Kalia as the roamer being confirmed. We can't really afford to actually put the Uranus open for the side of Team Sacred Shrine to actually, fight with. That dude's too beefy.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
He's not going to be seen today. Well,
I like the Hilda that is being taken out from the side of Sacred Shrine, because your mom does like to play on the Hilda quite a lot in the EXP, and of course alongside Uranus as well. So targeting the EXP is one of the good priorities right now, as of now, and it's gonna be giving CC a bit more comfortable time, so that she has better rotations. She gets the rotation time that is needed. So overall, the picks are coming in quite high, And I'm curious to see what Marksman and Rome Sacred Shrine is going for. Maybe a Moskov against that Harriet, or maybe a carry as well. But then again, it's Keldra. He's quite unpredictable. He might just pick the most odd hero, but yeah, Moskov right on point. I do hope his SODs do not miss out, because that's going to be one of his main point to teleporting throughout the whole map, which is going to be helping with the rotation as well. But right now, back to the pick of Maaf. They do need their mage and their roamer all together. What can they pick out against a Farsa? Since the Zushin is banned out, there is not much of a hero that can go for a range. Maybe something like a Selena or a Kadita is also still a good option. If I have to say, Zaytian can be used up as well, but no, since they already have a lot of damages, they decide to go for a Novaria, getting quite popular in the scenes of War Drums right now. Even we saw are getting picked out in the last match. But overall, Crux, if you're here with me, what do you think about this pick?
At Novaria, dude, the only thing that I'm actually worried about with a Novaria pick is, well, Selena being picked alongside Novaria, because obviously I've been dominated by that specific combination too many times to actually be counting. But then again, the Phobius to actually counter the obviously the Joy and also the Moskov, making sure that there's, the repositioning skills are going to be the bane that they actually have in their skill set. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, the Hylos is kind of random. I didn't expect a Hylos to be picked on a Farsa comp, but, I can be wrong. They can actually use that to their full advantage. The CC could always keep the curtain call and the yo-yo doing damage with the Hylos' ultimate, the Glorious Pathway. But also, I have my own doubts. Well, with the Novaria and Kalia being there, Farsa is going to be in danger, but you know who else is going to be in more danger? It's going to be Joy. If at all, Kalia gets a hold on Joy. He does not have Purify. It's going to be a retribution, and that's a guarantee. Joy is going to have a hard time. Very, very hard time.
Yeah, certainly, unless you get that early game snowball, right? But Maaf would be doing their best not to give Joy the time of joy in her life. So overall, quite skeptical about that high loss pick, as you said. But hey, this is the match 2, game 1 of this best of 3, bringing you Team Maaf on the blue side and Team Sacred Shrine on the red side right now. Though, while we are waiting for the match to happen, let's discuss on which team comp would be better in a team fight situation. What do you think, Crux?
In a team fight situation, I'd be very honest with you. I would rather have, Sacred Shrine's team composition than, Maaf's team composition, but they do have a lot of pickoff potential. They got the Phobias to actually take down the front line. They had got Kalia to mark down anyone who's actually engaging on the back line. Specifically Joy, and maybe the Moskov at all if he actually overextends. But Hylos, again, a big threat. Kalia might actually have a hard time there. But we've got Harriet to clear up. It's kind of confusing. I'll be very honest with you. I can't really put my money on a specific composition. I thought that Sacred Shrine might actually have the better draft, but now that I think about it, it's kind of like it kind of works both ways.
50-50, right?
I don't exactly know. If I did, I'd probably be doing a PhD in Moba Legends 5v5, but that's not the case currently. We are back for the match. Both teams are going for the goal lane rotation. Do you have any specific idea as to why? Because honestly, Moskov can reposition and escape death, but against the Hayabusa, not necessarily. Kalia too is going to be problematic. Novaria, they might actually get the kill in the bot lane if at all they decide to go in the bot lane gold rotation. It's going to be tough, but, it doesn't really matter. They get the Little Wanderer, though, Team Maaf, going for the objectives early on. They're going to get it, too. Barstow rotating to mid lane, making sure Moskov can farm as peacefully as he wants, and he's not going to lose on much farm either.
Yep, certainly. With her passive Wings by Wings, she does have the increased movement speed, which is helping her, rotate in the early phases of the game. She can rotate any lane that she wants and still not miss her minion waves, which is helping quite a lot for both the side laners to have a comfortable time against their opponents all together. And with the approaching of a team fight in the mid lane, Hayabusa going in right off the bat, first blood secured in the hands of Novaria. Art is to fall down. Good choice taking out the tank before the turtle spawns. But then again, that was just the first blood, so still a lot more to come. Pressure onto Romcom this time. Still, nonetheless, starting the turtle off. Maaf out there.
Oh, Revitalize being popped off on the Hylos is going to be dangerous. Look at that. Joy trying to engage, uses the electrifying beats. Zevo.
Oh, certainly, but he is to fall down in hands of Novaria once again. She is dealing a lot of damage in the early game right now. Kelra with that SOD taking out Madara. And, of course, your mom gets taken down as well. That is 1-3-for-1 trade coming in, and score gets evened out. And they would be losing their blue buff as well.
Oh, did they really lose it? Novaria!
Jesus! Oh my goodness. It's a Novaria.
In the clutch steal. Dude, that was beautiful actually. But look at that. Harriet from the bot lane is here to do damage, but Novaria still gets the kill. Zevo, I think there's going to be another kill, but Farsa escapes in the nick of time with her passive.
Close call for Farsa out here with all the resources wasted on taking out Moskov. He does have a little bit of a lifeline to start off with. So with the team comp of Sacred Shrine, they kind of have a little bit of a disadvantage in the early games as of now, because the only person to deal damage is the Joy and the Farsa. Altogether, Moskov needs to farm. Hylos is not tanky enough to tank all the damage that is coming onto his side, which is quite a problem given that Harriet, once he gets his Zaman first, he would be spamming it out quite much. And can't forget the Infernal Pursuit from your mom to displace everyone out as well. So overall, Hayabusa prioritizing the bot lane right now. Keldra falls down quite fast, if I have to say. He is getting melted out, so he needs to be careful. Since it's an assassin, he gets marked out quite a lot.
Oh man, Godspeed is a good name for you actually, but with the help of Harriet, you're even more dangerous. Romcom at the top side, taking a ton of damage from Yoma, but then again, it's a CC against a Phobius. These guys are not going to get any kill anytime. See though, he's able to regenerate a lot of HP with the spell vamp. Top lane is kind of in threat because obviously Hylos and Farsa are there. Yomam engaging, and I think he got the mark on the Hylos. Oh, we see Kalia trying to take down Farsa, and the Hylos' glorious pathway used to actually bait Hayabusa away from his team, making sure that Farsa can get the ultimate pretty easily, but the ultimate from the Hayabusa also being used up. We see that Farsa was able to escape with a bit of HP with the flicker, but look at that. Wrong timing. Very bad timing on that one. Quad Shadow pulling its weight. Joy is forced to back off. Romcom taking a ton of damage from the Kalia. Madara getting the kill on Romcom, and that will be an easy turtle for the side of Team MAAF Maaf. Oh.
Yep.
Okay, no sniping today.
Okay. Yep, certainly. But I think it is a bit of an overextension coming in from the side of Sacred Shrine. They can't really afford to take team fights right now because of all the farms. And look at that, Hayabusa, just too much damage, killing spree in his hands. Farsa, poor guy, poor birdie, he couldn't even go away. But Vansatoru is in trouble as well. So overall, the composition of Team Maaf is working out in their favor, while Sacred Shrine is facing quite the difficulties out. But look at that. Golden carpet laid out by Art on Hylos, but no sniping coming in. But all of the heals coming in from Kalea is too much. The man force popped out, revitalized, used up as well. Your mom on the pursuit of Art. He has nowhere to go. He gets taken down, and they take one bottom lane turret as well.
But in the top side, we saw that CC was doing a ton of damage to the Hayabusa. And Joy had the opportunity to steal that buff, but he did not have the retribution ready, I believe. But I think he did, but he didn't want to waste it on the buff. And we'll actually be getting so we'll actually be getting the buff now. Harriet finally got himself a Feather of Heaven. That means his damage is going to be amplified. He will be doing magic damage per basic attack now. Pretty good, I'll be honest, but at this point, I think that he has 35% cooldown reduction. That means he will be a threat. He will be able to spam jump. Oh, look at that, though. Kalia using Tsunami Slam. And as we see that, Farsa repositions, uses the ultimate, but then again, Phobius doing more damage than what he actually expected himself to be doing. Escapes with a sliver of HP. Look at both Kalia and Phobius. I'll be very honest with you, Madara and your mom. That was very respectable. You actually survived such dangerous situations under the tower, especially. Tier 1 in the mid lane, they can take him down to Turtle spawning in the next 5 seconds, Evo. And it has spawned. It's the 7-minute mark, and we've seen this turtle spawn in without much contestation early on. I think that Maaf really want to go for the early Lord, while Sacred Shrine really need to actually keep up the pace and get their own jungle faster than what they expect. Joy, if he tries to engage, he's going to be in trouble because Team Maaf have actually positioned themselves in the most dangerous spots. Every bit of vision is being, controlled by Team Maaf. That will get the turtle easily without much of a fight. Look at Hayabusa engaging with the Quad Shadow, and the Ogi Shadow kill will be forced to back off. Look at that though, Phobius is not going to actually back off from there. Snipe maybe from the Navaria, not happening, but Phobius will be marking up the Hylos, and Spear of Destruction has emerged out of nowhere. Hylos being Tsunami Slammed is going to seal his fate. He's going to go directly to the base.
Yep, certainly. R is getting targeted quite a lot, and it's quite, ironic given that he is one of the beefiest heroes that we have in the game. He's not getting the farm that he needs, so he's getting melted out quite too much, and the whole team comp of Maaf is just based on aggression, and more aggression, and it is helping them out quite a lot. They have been grouping too much to let even a single speck of dust get away from their hands, but Van Satoru out here, he's trying to get some farm for his team, but he gets spotted out by Hayabusa, trying to run away. He does secure it out, but he's getting... Oh, look at that, the chase, though there is 4 people, but he does get away.
I mean, it's not going to be dangerous for him to actually, just give vision at this rate, because honestly, with Joy, you can't really catch him easily. Even with the Hayabusa, you're actually risking using the ultimate just to take down the enemy jungler. Again, not a bad decision, but it's not the best situation to put yourself into. Look at Hylos. No, he's not a Hylos. I mean, Phobius trying to push back Joy, making sure that Van doesn't have the blue buff to engage in the next team fight, maybe. But I'm going to be honest with you, it's very tough. We're seeing 13-3 at the...
Yep, certainly the score is just too much to see, right? 10 score lead in their hands, and it's just too much for Team Sacred Shrine to start off, but another kill in the hands of Van. Van gets taken down in Hayabusa, but that is a free Lord for the side of Team Maaf, and seems like they are just, having the time of their life, picking off anyone which comes in their way, and it is not looking great for the side of Sacred Shrine with the 9k gold lead in the hands of Maaf. There's nothing they can do really at this point. Just try to give Kilra some...
Actually kind of sad. Art, he's not tanky enough. And also, Farsa's damage is lacking in many ways than one, and Phobius carrying his team. Maaf is actually kind of entertaining Team Sacred Shrine in the most hilarious of ways. Tsunami Slam takes down Bid. We see that it was Romcom taken out too, and we see Moskov getting pressured into actually escaping into the base. Spear of Destruction, not going to save anything. It's not going to cause any more destruction because the game is over. Nexus is taken out. Victory for the side of Team Maaf.
It was just too fast-paced for me to process, because right off the bat from the starting of the game, right, from the early game, Team Maaf, they were dominating. They were starting to dominate, even if in the start, Sacred Shrine, they got a bit, revenge. But the thing is, they were not able to catch up with how Maaf was rotating, and every single time, either one of them were dying, especially Ard on that Hylos. He was just getting melted out too much, getting, at this point, Maaf was just obliterating anyone that comes in their way. And with the whole team comp, with the heals coming in from Kalea, there was absolutely nothing that they were, scared of. And since they have a lot of dash skills as well, they can easily disengage from any team fight. But the thing is, I kind of feel like Team Sacred Shrine, they lacked the crowd control and the stuns that were needed to stop Team Maaf from their whole group fight, which in this case, maybe a Badang would have worked, but it's just the first match of this best of 3, so Sacred Shrine, they might be cooking up something that we still don't know of.
Oh, we might actually be in for a surprise from Sacred Shrine. They actually did have the synergy. It's just that they lacked in terms of actual, performance in the match. We've got to see Maaf actually engage. Yo Mom's engages was always on point, especially Madara. He was able to mark down every bit of the backline damage that they had at Joy and also Farsa. I was actually kind of excited to see the Kalia against the Joy because obviously a pickoff hero is what's going to be the death of Joy. Everyone's Joy, actually. Well, Franco, Cho, Uniman, you name it. All these pickoff heroes are dangerously painful to actually deal with. Again, Kalia did his work, carried the game. Madara made sure Joy Van Satoru was completely shut down in most team fights, especially in the late game where he was taken out 3 times in a row by just Tsunami Slam.
Yep, certainly. And it was quite a confidence pick for Van Satoru, given that Kaleo was the one which got, picked out first for the side of Team Maaf and still going for a Joy when there's a pick-off hero and when there's a counter of Joy the Hayabusa out here. That was quite daring, if I have to say. But then again, they were kind of left with almost no choice but to pick out that jungler altogether. Apart from that, they could have gone for utility, but I kind of get it because not a big fan of utility. I'm not a big fan of utility either because it's a bit slow, and until and unless you are pushed to the edge to pick that utility, or maybe you have a team comp which complements the utility jungle, it's just better to go for an assassin. But given that the YSS and the Lancelot were banned out, those two were just one of the next options that they could be going for. But then again, the whole team comp, it kind of fell off. They were not able to connect the dots all together. And just the thing is, Maaf were a bit ahead of them, if I have to say, in that case, in the execution part. So overall, that was quite a good start for Maaf. And hopefully, I hope Team Sacred Shrine gives that to consideration while when banning the heroes and when they do execute for the second match. But good thing is 0.1 going towards the side of Maaf, which gives them a lead and puts Sacred Shrine in a tough position since it is a match point for them.
You're absolutely right. Sacred Shrine need to actually pick up a pace. I thought that Sacred Shrine had the better draft. I was kind of wrong. I'll be very honest with you. But then again, Maaf doing all they can to make sure the front line was engaged and the back line was completely taken out. That was amazing gameplay from their side. Well, Kalia, mostly Madara doing all the work. Beautiful stuff. Their synergy is top notch. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually pick up non-meta heroes and use them to actually take over this side of Team Sacred Shrine's base. Oh, then again, one thing that I want to actually mention, though, is the fact that the Farsa pick was there and it was never really, impactful in most team fights because obviously we want the Farsa to actually put a lot of zoning pressure. But Maaf does that better. Well, Asuna does that better. But he does it the best, actually. But Maaf really outshone on the Farsa pick onto the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They weren't able to use that properly because I think they actually had a lot of experience dealing with a Farsa on the enemy team. This was absolutely crucial for their victory today. Enjoy a very sinister pick in most situations was completely countered too with the Kalia.
Certainly, the thing about Farsa is that she was getting chased around too much by almost all of them. So her positioning was just not, on point for them to have the zone capability. With Hayabusa out there, with a Phobius out, she could be easily interrupted, not to mention the Kalea. Tsunami slamming her away when she is casting her ult, right? So with the Farsa, you would want someone who is a solid frontliner, especially in the EXP and also in the roam altogether, so that she provides the zone that that she does best. So overall, it was quite in the key was quite in the positioning as well, which Maaf disrupted too much actually for them to not able to get comfortable with. So overall, with the pick going onto the side of Sacred Shrine, first pick, they ban out the Gut Thought as their first ban. But going with the Zushin, the standard Zushin ban is quite good. But I'm thinking if Van Satoru will prioritize the lands or the YSS, or will they just ban it out? Is that a Pasha ban? Yep. Of course. My eyesight is too bad. But yeah, I do like the bans coming in though. Oh, seems like though, Maaf, they are quite considering the next ban that they are going, and that would be the Kalea, to prevent Art from picking Kalea up with the pick-off composition out there. So overall, 2 utility jungles, 1 utility jungle ban and 1 good tank ban out, which means I'm kind of spelling a Lancelot or a YSS altogether, but what ban can they go for right now? Maybe something in the EXP lane for Yumong, or maybe something around the jungle. But no, they ban out the Badang, which is quite interesting as well, given that he can be countered out, but still they don't want to take any risk. So,
Badang is a really versatile hero, can be used in the roam position, can be used in the EXP position, and still do a lot for his team. Badang being banned is a very, obvious ban. I was surprised it wasn't banned last match, but then again, another hero that actually is a versatile EXP laner / roamer, Mincetar, is quite required to be in the ban section if you want to pick up the Lancelot or any other, dash heroes. Most people do use the Phobius because obviously Phobius has a lot more to provide the Mincetar, but in most cases, Mincetar's ultimate, the King's Calling, shuts down any bit of mobility spells, maybe like a puncher from Lancelot. A lot of utility will be wasted, if at all.
Call me a hero, because I saved my nation from falling apart.
But instead, we see that the Yisun Shin has been picked onto the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They've got the Vision procuring materials with his ultimate. They've got a lot of map presence, especially with the ultimate. He can actually just travel around and engage in a certain kill situation. I'll be very honest with you, that's kind of like an underrated gem in the current meta. We've got Mincetar, an underrated gem. Yisun Shin, we've got like Aemon, we've got a lot of options nowadays, but Maaf going for that Kimmy, a very versatile hero, even with the range reduced in the ultimate and the second skill, she still is a very, very dangerous threat.
Yep, certainly. With your traction pulse, spread, with your traction pulse, it's just too much when you get sucked in through that. But we see your mom's signature pick. That is the Uranus coming out, which means we might be seeing an Esmeralda for the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They do like to pick up the Esmeralda when there is a Uranus on to their opponent. So overall, maybe we might just be seeing, which means another good tanky frontliner is needed for the side of Sacred Shrine as well, since they already have a sandbag for Maaf. they can go for something of a support as well. But then again, Maaf does like to go for tanky heroes in the wrong position as well. But right now, Ruby
Night sky
shows
tells
up
all.
herself, which means I'm kind of thinking, yep, that is a Ruby Gold and an Esmeralda onto the EXP. A classic combination when Sacred Shrine, they want
Thorns
to
remain
start
should
dominating
petals
the
fall.
whole match. But pick from Maaf with the Lancelot out there. Two good junglers, one of the best junglers in this current meta, falling off, fighting off against each other. And a signature pick for Van Satoru though, which means we should be seeing a good level of macro from his side.
Well, the punctures, if it lands, it's going to be dangerous. He's going to reset his passive. He's going to have extra damage. And Yisun Shin might actually not be able to keep up with him. But then again, Yisun Shin's farming rate is way higher than Lancelot could ever dream about. So he can actually overturn the situation. He can overturn the tides completely in the favor for side of Team Sacred Shrine. Esmeralda, again, has to decide to actually go for a semi-tank build, especially against these enemies. Will not be able to keep up with, Lancelot's and Kimi's damage. Very, well, situational if he's able to keep getting the shields back with his first skill. And, well, then he might actually have a chance to survive. But Yve, a hero that actually I don't understand why being banned. Well, zoning potential is probably the only reason why. We've got Farsa, though, but that's going to be a story for another day because Kimi is already going to be in the mid lane. We've got a confirmation from that. I have a gut instinct, I say. So I confirm that Kimi is going to go into the mid lane. That means only Sacred Shrine needs to actually worry about picking a mage. The magic damage is going to be very high if Sacred Shrine go for a mage in the mid lane because we've got the Esmeralda and Ruby in the gold lane. They are going to put a lot of resources into protecting the Yisun Shin and allowing him to actually snowball late game. But Minotaur, a ban from the side of Team Sacred Shrines, caught me off guard. I really don't understand why Minotaur was banned.
Ultimate answer.
Maybe the heal and the CC all together to pair with the Uranus. Maybe they are expecting a Minotaur all together. So I guess that is one option that they can go for. Oh, Moscow banned out though, which is quite interesting. Yep. Poses a threat to Ruby. So overall, Bit, he has been quite liking the use of Lunox. So might be a surprise pick from their side. But since there's the Uranus, she does have the potential to burst him down. So there's one chance. But right now, for Maaf, what are they going to go for in the room? Oh my goodness, the 1-1 was open up. Not a good choice. Not a good situation for the side of Sacred Shrine, given that she is just too much of a menace with a crossbow of Tang. Unless they can stop her with a suppress skill or something too solid of a CC. But in this case, what can they go for though?
I wonder myself because honestly, the 1-1 is going to be very, very prominent throughout the mid lane and late game, but Ruby and Esmeralda might actually just give all the passive stacks, or like passive procs for 1-1 to actually get the crossbow of Tang online. That's going to be kind of like confusing, but what?
Who said there are no shortcuts?
Are they going to fight
in life?
Ruby and Lunox in the gold
one.
lane? Are they going to do that? Or is it going to be Lunox in the gold lane?
Nope.
And Ruby
Lunox in the mid
Kinda
lane, Ruby in the gold lane. They have been pretty consistent with this kind of team comp. Even in the match of yesterday's match as well, so that was quite expected. But a chip getting pulled out by Art, which means he's starting to get serious this time. Carmilla for the counter, though. Overall, I'm not sure at this point because the teams are just looking too beefy with 2 or 3 damage dealers for either of the side, but I'm not quite sure anymore because it's just a matter of fact that the team that does the better set is gonna be excelling in the team fight. So
in terms of team fight, I'd say Maaf have the advantage because obviously the Carmilla is going to shut down Chip. Well, not in most cases, but obviously the teleport might actually just lead to a burst of blood and a complete wipe. And I'm not going to be surprised if that happens. But Sacred Shrine really need to make sure they actually keep their, aggression in check. They've got to make sure all of their, macro and micro are going to be in the most required places. Look at that though, with concussive blasts from both people in the mid lane, albeit taking too much damage. We'll be able to safely heal back with the first skill, Life Form, of course. And both the roamers are actually low on HP. Well, the mid lane, we've seen a bit of a skirmish, not too dangerous.
Yep, certainly just the early game skirmishes that we see usually. But right now, I feel like Maaf is kind of putting pressure onto Kelra just like last game, which kind of gives Sacred Shrine to the pressure to rotate to his side and help him. But since it's a Ruby, he should be able to sustain the damages and heal because of her lifesteal altogether. But right now, Bit, he can't really do much until he reaches his level 4 mark. That's where he would be starting to melt and do some damage out here, and also provide survivability for himself as well. But right now, rotation-wise, both the junglers are trying to make their way towards the bottom lanes. It's the home for Turtle as well. Since there's a chip, the rotation should be a bit more easier, but as a matter of fact, they need their level 4.
Oh, they definitely do, because obviously Carmilla, without the Curse of Blood, is just going to be a very, very situational, stun, single target stun, not the best. But look at that, though, Romcom in position. He is actually trying to push back. Lancelot, do you think Zevo is going to be a fight? That's going to take... Oh, Kish and Zoo is going to be taken out. Lancelot gets the turtle, and we see Van Zotoru taken out, going back straight to the base. Bid, next target, and Godspeed is just sliding through the match as though it's butter. He's like a knife of butter. Hot knife of butter. He's doing a lot for his team. Look at that, though. Another kill, maybe. Romcom again taken out. Madara doing a lot of Harry carrying. He punished the person that actually caused a lot of damage for their team.
Yep, certainly it was. It kind of looked like an equal trade, first blood and a turtle, but then just Lancelot going in with his puncher altogether, since it's an easy stack for him with all of the people going around. It was just too easy for him, but right now PYZ 1-1 getting taken out, which leaves Kelra to get a free farm and maybe get some gold onto their side. Madara might be in danger as he is surrounded, but Lances to the rescue. Goes in with a Phantom Execution, gets a killing spree on Kelra. Bit is on to chopping block next, gets away with his power of order, but no, Art sacrifices himself for his mage. Still, score remains in the favor of Team Maaf.
I mean, I'm not surprised either way, because obviously Kelra is not going to out-damage, in the mid lane.
Mid lane wise, the rotation speed from Romcom and your mom is just too much, but top lane, look at that Kelra. Just too much. 3 people onto him. That means, but shortcut gets popped up though, but the crossbow of Tang gets activated by 1-1. He gets 1 down. Romcom followed up as well. Monster already in the 4 minutes of the game, and that is just insane. Oh, they might be taking the top lane turret as well.
But look at that, though. Yi Sun-Shin has sacrificed the second turtle of the match to get some shield gold from the tower in the bot side. Kelra is not going to be there to actually support him, so he knows that it's going to be a waste of time to actually, try to contest for the turtle. But look at that. In the bot lane, we see Satoru getting a lot of damage. Well, he is not going to get stunned. Kimmy instinctively immobilizing the Esmeralda. Romcom in kind of a predicament because 3 people in the bot lane, but look at that top side also getting a lot of pressure from the side of team. Also, Sacred Shrine, bot lane not going to get pushed, but top side we see, we see nothing actually. It's Ruby versus, Uranus. There's nothing that's going to happen there.
Yep, there's nothing gonna happen. They're just gonna be dealing damage and healing each other. So the show is in the bottom lane with 1-1, exchanging lanes with Uranus all together. The target is the bottom lane turret to take them down, especially since it's an Esmeralda out here. The more farm she gets, the more she's gonna be, a menace. But right now, Kelra! Look at that though, he escapes, but no. Oh, Godspeed just got away with. Oh, still though, shotgun popped out in the bottom lane while they are fighting on the top lane. But look at that, PYZ has to fall down once again with a full team onto the bottom lane. At least they're prioritizing the gold laner for Maaf to prevent her from getting the late game. But the main problem right now is the Lancelot.
Oh, definitely is. But look at that, the ultimate from the Esmeralda catching to one person. But, well, your mom is actually going to be, pushing back Bid and Art. They're not going to actually get any place to actually push. Look, top lane, tier 1 taken out. Kelra forced to go back. He will be low on HP. It will require to actually stay in, regen his health back. But look at that. The stun from the Carmilla might as well be the death sentence for... Romcom escapes, and I'm offended from the Ruby will actually pull your mom into the tower in tier 2, but nothing too serious. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, the Windtalker on the 1-1, he might actually kill the enemy before he can actually get the crossbow of Tang proc on. But then again, another turtle for the side of Team Maaf. No pressure. Art pushed back. We see Bid also not doing enough damage to the Uranus. He's kind of tanky. He's gone from a bag of sand to a bag of cement.
A cement that is hardened and would need an explosion to burst it down. So overall it is a Uranus, of course, but 5 people.
Avengers.
They still managed to burst him down though, so that is one good point. But then again, they wasted all their resources out, which is not a good idea, since there is a follow-up from Shenzhou. He does get taken down. Curse of Blood used up, connecting onto 3 people out here. Godspeed! Going for Van Satoru, gets the Godlike in his hands, but will he get bursted down? Romcom is on the chase. He does. He gets it shut down in the hands of Kelra, followed up by Mother, flicking away and onto the opposite position, but no. Romcom takes the kill. That is double secured, but once again shortcut from 4 people. Is that double secured by Romcom out here, but Bid. Ooh, your mom once again facing against 4 people, but he does survive this time.
Fleeting time on Art buying the fleeting time. That fleeting time on the chip is just hilarious, dude. He's able to put up the shortcut in every team fight that I'm seeing from all this time. I'm gonna be honest with you, Lunox kind of far behind in terms of farm. Has a glowing wand, will be able to shut down the Uranus if at all they engage. But the Curse of Blood again is a very, very, very situation turner. It's an absolute devastation shortcut in the bot lane. Zero, I think there's gonna be a fight.
Yeah, but they are being careful because the Lord is also onto the top lane as well. So you will not want to risk getting someone out. But right now, Lancelot, I see his Phantom Execution on to Bit. He's quite low, gets away. But right now, Romcom is also on the chase as well. 2 people are down already for the side of Sacred Shrine. That is 3 people on the chase. Kelra in the mid lane as well. No one is safe from a triple kill for Godspeed. But Van Satoru, he's trying to get something for his team like the previous match once again. But he has to recall back. But they would be losing the Lord in the hands of Team Maaf once again, though.
Oh, definitely. But I don't think Yusenshin is going to actually... Oh, look at that. Vision has been cured. It might be the death of Van Satoru. Lord taken out. The first Lord of the match. Lord is going to be Maaf. Is it going to be a repeat of the last game? Is Maaf going to use this Lord to end the game? Look at punctures on the minions, and also getting vision on Art, who was actually standing there ready to use the shortcut. Nobody getting caught though. beautifully loved. I love the way he beautifully just swiveled through that whole team fight and then avoided it completely.
Yep. Well, this is not looking great for the side of Team Sacred Shrine right now because the pressure is on just too much from the side of Team Maaf. Curse of Blood connected. Art gets melted out pretty fast, but your mom does get taken out. So 1-for-1 trade coming in, but Godspeed is quite low. Van Satoru goes for the chase. Rom-com out there as well, but there is a Kimi with the range, so he does save Godspeed from getting taken down. It does give them a bit of a time to breathe as they start clearing their lanes, but overall, Maaf, they kind of failed to take even the inhibitor, but one hit and it would be gone, but the farm of Lance is just too much. He just needs one more item to complete his full build, which is quite dangerous.
Oh, it definitely is. Lancelot with a full build is going to do a ton of damage. You saw that he was able to melt down Keldra in the mid lane before in the 9-minute mark, before the Lord actually walked in. But look at that, though. I'd love to actually see, well, Lunox carrying the weight of his team. Bit needs to actually get the items, but he's not able to get the items at all. Use ultimate from the Ascension, got the vision, but he will be spending it onto clearing the minions in the mid lane. Oh, ultimate from Phantom Execution from the Lancelot. He will use the 3 roses to actually get the kill on Bid and escape with a puncture. Look at that. Traction Pulse might catch him. No, he won't catch. Well, Lancetoru, he will be able to escape. Mid lane is in trouble. Mid lane tier 3 is down now. Punctures from Lancelot is going to be dangerous. Phantom Execution will miss, and that will be Lancetoru's escape. But he might as well have gotten the kill. But another kill, Shenzu. That was just random. I didn't actually expect that. Shortcut from the side of Team Sacred Shrine, Zevo.
Yep, the flicker shortcut was just there, but was it enough for them to take out the whole team of Maaf? No, but they do get a shutdown onto Godspeed, which is more than enough for them in this type of situation. But your mom as well, they have the chance to secure the mid lane turret for Team Maaf, which means we might be seeing a bit of a clapback coming in from Sacred Shrine. One good moment and the whole fight would turn, but a lot of pressure because of the minions pouring out from all the sides since 2 inhibitors are the only one remaining. But look at that, Mountain Shocker to give a vision onto their side. Lance is nowhere near the Lord, which means they should be able to secure it unless...
No, there's not any changes. Definitely did. Sacred Shrine carrying their weight now. Your mom, they need to actually disengage. Maaf need to make sure they actually play safe. I didn't expect any team fight. They did take the turtle and they did back off pretty well. Yo Mom going for the late game Thunderbolt? I mean, what would you recommend? Would you go for a late game Thunderbolt on Uranus? Oh, he didn't. Then I noticed him getting. Oh, never mind. He does not get the Thunderbolt. He is going to go for the Wings of Apocalypse to actually sustain himself even more. Kimmy might be in trouble. Romcom actually disengaging, but there comes the ultimate from Art. Zevo. There might be a team fight that's going to actually end in a very big slaughter. Yomon gets the kill on Art, but Romcom gets the kill on Shenzu. We see that Ruby got the kill. Oh, okay. Godspeed got the kill on Bid, who was the most crucial member of Sacred Shrine, allowing Wanwan PYZ to actually get the Lord uncontested. Nobody's actually going to push, but that would mean a free Lord was wasted. Bot lane is also going to get pressured, so Team Maaf really need to make sure they pick up the pace.
Yep. At this point, the main problem is Godspeed and your mom all together when they get paired out. Uranus is soaking up all the damage that is coming in from the side of Team Sacred Shrine, while Godspeed is there for the finishing kick to take him out. And with a low farm for Sacred Shrine, they can't really target Lancelot unless he has exhausted all of his skills, which is also quite hard for them because they get melted out quite fast because of all of the Curse of Blood and also the Crossbow of Tang getting marked down altogether. So right now the only thing that they can do is go for a single target, but then again, apart from Uranus, no one is just alone because it's almost into the late phase of the game. So they have been quite full with their positioning as well. But a lot of ambush getting cooked up by Team Maaf. Romcom right in the trap. That is 3 people after him. He gets the shutdown. That was not a good position, but Madara flickers out from that mountain shocker. Yo mom gets the I am offended from Ruby, but look at that. A lot of speed coming in from Godspeed. He does dash away as well, but not a good sign since the EXP is down for the side of King Sacred Shrine, and they might just lose the Lord this time as well.
Sacred Shrine did a lot of heavy weightlifting. They were able to actually completely turn around that gold gap that they had. I'm going to be honest with you. When I noticed that there was a gold gap of 6,000 in the 7-minute mark, it just went down every minute. Gradually, of course. They were able to completely turn back the gold gap that they had. Shenzhou is engaging on the Lord, the second Lord of the match. Contested, yes, I will be honest with you. I see that, Sacred Shrine are trying to actually contest the Lord. Here comes Yishan Shin with a Mountain Shocker. He will have vision on the enemies. And they might actually not decide to engage Team Maaf, making sure that they are not going to lose in members before the Lord fight. Vance Toru going back to defend the top lane, tier 3. Not bad, I'll be very honest with you. Vance Toru now has the Blade of Despair, so he's going to do a lot of damage. And Lord Slayer is in the hands of Lancelot. Phantom Execution escape. Look at Romcom actually. Okay. We see Bid getting a kill on Carmilla, and we see Bid getting another kill on PYZ, and he might actually get the triple kill. He will get the kill with the kill. Shenzhou is down, and we see Lancelot in trouble. Phantom Execution is not going to be enough. We might actually see a kill. We see the Maniac from the side of Team Sacred Shrine. They might actually go for the Savage, but Uranus is going to be very tanky. That's not going to happen this time. Yo Mom is going to actually put the pressure, make sure they actually stay back. They know their place. Sacred Shrine, though, got the upper hand of that team fight. Lord will be wasted from the side of Team Maaf. They did get the second Lord of the match, but wasted, I'd say, because honestly, we can't really see much of a push if everyone's dead and back to the base.
Late game Lunos is a threat. Not only her, ultimate skills are quite low on cooldown, she can just spam them out, and she does have a lot of damage with her penetration and the lantern altogether. Not to mention her Sky Piercer is helping her execute almost all of them out altogether. So right now Lunos is basically having the main foothold for the side of Team Sacred Shrine, followed up by our Ishin Shin, while the rest of the 3 are just soaking all the damage, being the sandbags altogether. So overall, the damage does fall to Vance Satoru and Bit, which means they have to play carefully, otherwise it would be a bad situation for Sacred Shrine to be in. But right now, okay, no engage so far. Your mom was just poking around the bushes, beating around the bushes, but then again, a major team fight can't really occur right now because of all the position. Just the fact that they're gonna be going around the whole map trying to get more farm, as it's getting too late of a game. So, bottom lane though, something is cooking up. Okay, certainly not. They were just trying to see if anyone would come out, but right now Lunox, he is quite alone. He needs to back down if he gets caught up by someone. He does have his power of order, but then again, he should be saving it for some other time. PYZ out with Shenzhou, got speed on the top lane, maybe waiting for someone to come out. The Lord is about to spawn as well since it's an enhanced Lord this time. The teams would like to consider taking a full-on team fight. They would want to contest for the Lord, but right now I've seen Godspeed and Yo Mom on the top lane too much, waiting for someone. But then again, Lord has spawned, Chip is on the bot lane, and hopefully maybe a team fight would occur pretty soon, although they might be looking to take down someone before before considering taking the Lord, so that they do not pose any sort of threat, especially the Lunox and the YSS all together. But right now, seems like PYZ is ready to activate his crossbow of tank. Kelra, Pensatoru, almost all of them are out there. Lord started out just a bait. Art gets caught by Madara out there. He gets the stun. Does he pop out the shortcut? Yes, he does. Bit is the only one to join in, but fight in the mid lane. Surprisingly, a Curse of Blood used up as well. Got speed onto the back line. Lunox as well trying to melt, and PYZ gets taken out in the hands of Romcom, followed up by Yo Mom pretty low as well. Same with the Kimi. Godspeed is getting chased out, but Van Satoru gets taken out. But Shanzu, finally falls down in the hands of Kelra. 3-for-3 trade once again, but double kill secured by Godspeed with Skip getting taken out. But Lunox is there, Kelra and Romcom as well, but no triple kill for Lancelot. Might be a maniac this time. Romcom is running for his life. Will he be able to escape? He does pop out the Winter Crown as well. He is surviving with a little of HP, but he does not give the maniac. He gets the Mega instead, with the whole team down for Team Strict Shrine except for the Lunox. I kind of thought they could, they would be going for the end with 1-1 defending the base onto the top lane. Bit is the only one remaining. Will they be able to spawn in time? Van Satoru is out, but Bit is getting melted up quite a lot. Madara pops out his immortality. They do get to save their base from all of the minions that is coming in. Chip is going for the teleportation right onto Kimi, but unstoppable for Godspeed, taking out Van Satoru. Not a good choice. Too hasty for Van to go in alone, especially when it is a Lancelot, when he has all of the escape skills going around. But Lord, it's just a game. Unless they take out Godspeed, it is in the hands of Maaf, which Team Circus Shrine, they know for sure that they can't really go for contest. But they do. They try to go in. Artists out there, they're trying to at least reset the Lord. A flicker, a shortcut gets used up. That is a lot of engages going around. Lord, which team, which side does it go to? Your mom does get taken out. Romcom has to fall down. He does. After the immortality double kill for Bid out here, getting out Godspeed as well, but Romcom falls down. This time, Lord in hands of Team Maaf, enhanced 1 on top of that. But 3-for-3. But there's a 1-1. Bid is still out there carrying a lot. Interestingly enough, the Lord is stopped on his tracks, followed up. I'm offended from Madara. He gets caught up. He gets taken down. PYZ is on the target of Bid. Pops out the immortality. Bid is forced to pop out as well. He gets down. Venzador is the only one defending with Bid recalling as well. Lord is half HP, but it's quite strong. Look at that. Madara going. Bid falls down. He does escape in the hands, but the base is quite wide open. They're trying their best. Gets a legendary for Bid, a double kill. Hopefully they are able to secure it once again. Triple kill, and Bid and Van Satoru all together take out, once again saving their base from getting taken out, which means the game is gonna be getting a bit more extended than usual. That is 24 minutes on the clock. Still out here, another shortcut popped out on Yo Mom, followed up by Godspeed, trying to go for a bit this time. The main damage dealer, he is trying to get away, pops out the power of order as well. He does not have his power of chaos. He gets a shutdown. Godspeed prioritizing the main damage dealer, which leaves Sacred Shrine to go back inside their base and wait till they start till they are able to assault but right now they're still going for it. The minions are not in a good position. Kilra is trying his best as well. Your mom is just too tanky for them to melt down, so they are waiting it. Lord again on the clock, 16 seconds out there, but oh, your mom is getting targeted quite a lot with the mountain shocker used up as well. Another immortality getting bought, but oh, Vensathor getting melted out too much. Godspeed does get taken out. A jungler for a jungler, followed up by Bid as well. He would be on cooldown once again. Rom-com on the bench, getting benched out. That is 3 people waiting to defend, while 3 are gonna be going for the offend. But oh, look at that though, a flicker. I am offended from Kilra taking out Kimi, which is a good choice. He does have his wall built with half tanky as well. He's quite tanky. He does have his life steals altogether. Maybe they would be able to end the game, but then again, it's a Uranus that we're talking about, and the minions are just, you know, there for defense. So overall, the Lord is gonna be waiting his way because none of the junglers are out, and you would not want to risk an enhanced Lord without the jungler altogether. So overall, right now, the teams, they are getting a bit impatient, if I have to say. You know, trying to end the game as soon as possible because it's getting stretched out too much. Art might be looking on to target someone, maybe the Lancelot, maybe PYZ on that 1-1 all together. The positioning is out for Kilra. Godspeed is there to take his orange buff, while the rest of his team is there around the Lord. But Chip, he does have another plan, I guess. Still waiting for Godspeed to go in. Maybe he would be using the shortcut altogether, gets the stun, but not the shortcut out. So distracting Godspeed at this point. But your mom is doing the same as well with the Lord starting to get poked out. Bit is in danger. Does he have his power of war there? He does not. He gets taken out and has a Madara, which is not good. Going for a solo kill in between 2 people is not something that you would want to do right now, but Shenzu gets called. Shenzu gets taken out in the hands of Kilra out here. A shortcut and a Curse of Blood altogether. Art is forced to flicker out from all of the massacre that is happening. Vansatoru pops out his Winter Crown as well. Gets away. He does have his immortality, but he does not have anything to protect him anymore. 2 people down with 70 seconds on the cooldown clock, which means they would be trying to go for a full team wipeout right now. Kelra, Rom-com, and Chip are the only one remaining to defend their base while they go for the offend. If they go for a complete wipeout, it's gonna be hard for them. But right now, Rom-com is trying his best as well, saying with Kelra goes in with his he's gonna be jumping around quite a lot, but oh, minions are not there. Art is stopping the minions in the mid lane. So overall, it's getting more and more insane, more and more intense for the side of both the teams. None of them are planning to give up, since it's gonna be guaranteeing them points as well. The more you click, the more better it gets. But all right now, Chip looking for the perfect opportunity to shortcut, unless Godspeed going in with the Phantom Execution, followed up by 4 people after him. But oh, he does get away with your mom on the chase. Hopefully, Chip is not getting targeted.
Oh, definitely not. I don't think Chip is going to be a big priority for the side of Team Maaf. They need to make sure the damage dealers are out of the game, out of the picture. Especially Ruby, Keller are doing all the carrying for his team currently. Even though Bit did kind of like defend a lot, he did put a lot of pressure. Even without Bid, you can have Kelra, and just look at that in the bottom. Okay, near the jungle, Lord side, Madara getting taken out first. Bid was able to do enough damage to take him down, but look at that. Rom-com, the next on chopping block, will be taken out. Immortality being popped. We see PYZ almost dead. He will be able to escape. No, he won't. Vansatharu's arrows actually found the target. Godspeed too. Vansatharu taking a complete turnaround. He's able to do enough damage. Triple kill. He will get the kill. Okay, he won't get the kill. That will secure his Maniac, but that will secure the base. Wind of Nature has been used. Actually, take no damage from the enemy base. Nexus is now down, and Sacred Shrine now have a victory to actually keep in front of Maaf. A complete turnaround. That means we'll be seeing game number 3.
Game number 3 it is. None of the teams were willing to fall down at all. But oh my goodness, the game duration, it was just too long with a Uranus present in the game and an Esmeralda. I mean,
they were just that. It's not just that. Both of the teams were playing so safe. Goodness. They weren't wasting any, opportunities to take kills, but they were not engaging in unnecessary fights altogether. They were playing so perfectly synced together. They were nice. They were doing very good.
Yep, certainly. I mean, the Lunox pick paid off too well. Since it goes to the late game, right? Lunox is quite a monster the more late it goes. So overall, without the Lunox, I don't think the game would have stretched this far. But the final moment of clutch from the side of Team Maaf was more than enough for Team Sacred Shrine to take that chance and to secure the win that they were looking throughout the whole match. They were just too patient to wait it out and playing it safe until they got that chance. So overall, it was just.
It was a surprisingly long game. Let's just admit it. It was a test of our patience and a surprisingly long game. It was such a pain to watch Esmeralda and Uranus punch each other in the face and try to actually take damage, but when they're absolutely not going to take damage. Shields versus regen, we see that Shields actually top any day. We saw Esmeralda completely shut down Uranus in most situations, of course, unless, of course, he had backup, but then, Uranus was out of the picture. Art, though, he did provide a lot of utility with his ultimate, the shortcut, and also the vision that he provided. He kept Lancelot in check. He kept everyone in the enemy teams on their toes. Maaf really didn't have any free way to actually walk around in the bushes. Art, doing a lot for his team, allowed them to actually get the victory. The shortcut was not the final verdict on Maaf, though. It's mainly because PYZ was taken out pretty early on. Maaf did lose in on a lot of damage. He wasn't able to proc the crossbow tang, and the Curse of Blood really didn't put much effort. Madara, nobody put any effort after putting the Curse of Blood, so it kind of worked counterintuitively for that loss.
Yep, especially when there is a you would want to follow right after the Curse of Blood is connected, otherwise it's just a wasted ult, right? And a lot of wasted potential, if I have to say, because you get a shared damage, which means you can go for a full team wipeout in a blink of a second if you can, position yourself quite well. So overall, maybe the 1-1 getting targeted played out really well in the favor of Team Sacred Shrine. At least they were one person short who did not deal much damage, because compared to the Lancelot, if they would have had given 1-1 the farm, it would have been too much to deal with altogether. So overall, I would say that was quite a game of patience, because
quite the long game. It was such a test. Yeah, agreed. It's such a test of our patience. I wonder why they actually went for such a tanky composition. Well, not composition, tanky heroes that actually never die. Rom-com, though, he was taken out a few times, but let's just face it, Immortality, Winter Crowns, which is from Yi Sun Shin, Rom-com, they were doing very, very good. Van and Rom-com, they're pretty fast on their feet.
Ban all the heroes out, please. We want a fast-paced game because the time is getting late and there's still 2 more best of 3s to come in. So just ban out the tin can, just ban out the Esmeralda altogether anyway, and go for a full-on brawl fight, man.
That's what we wish. That's what we wish. But it never happens. It never happens. We keep getting people who actually are tanky. That's actually pretty much the idea of having good macro for your team synergy.
Yeah.
Well, it does matter because obviously you need to have a tanky front line, also a lot of damage, which both teams had. They did have very good drafts. They were doing pretty well throughout the game. And well, again, like the test of patience, I think Maaf really, misstepped in that last team fight, allowing Team Sacred Shrine to just take them down. A Lord was not even a priority at that point. Just straight base.
Yep, straight base. There was no time for them to even think of Lord because the chance was just too good that they got that opening and they were able to secure. So 1-1 match point for both the teams. This time they would be going all out. Just please don't make it 30 minutes. It's too much to deal with. But right now back to Maaf getting the first pick. Would they respect ban Bits Lunox or would they respect ban Arts Chip? Because both of them were doing quite a lot. Apart from the Oasis and the Lancelot being standard bans, I think those two were comfort picks altogether. So maybe they would be expecting, but you never know because even I still don't know what was in the mind of Ardent Bit altogether. They would pick them in surprise and they would just drop it off in the next match. So back to the bans.
The 1-1, not understandable. I mean, PYZ kind of like...
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from
in
falling
terms of
apart.
Mid lane to late game, he was not able to do enough damage. The crossbow of Tang was not helping. So let's just face it. It's better to actually put 1-1 in the ban section and not worry about that hero completely. Yi Sun-shin and Sacred Shrine decide to actually go for the Yi Sun-shin ban, especially after that beautiful gameplay from Wavan, who actually just completely turned the game around in the late game. He was able to get a triple kill. And, well, it did take the Maniac away from him, but who cares? It's a win. A win is a win, and we saw that game unfold in our eyes completely in tears because obviously that game was too long.
That game was a duration of 2 games. So
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
Oh man, it was such a tough match to watch.
Zushin being on the ban, permanent ban for both the sides, it just, shows how good of a mage Zushin has become once again because of her ability to turn you into a basketball, which is quite... Which is quite troublesome if she gets her full stacks and you don't have anywhere to run off to. You just get picked up, you just get thrown away, and while getting thrown, you also receive the damage. So, Lancelot getting banned out seems like you do not want a Lance and a Oasis brawl all together since Maaf has her first pick as well, which means Hayabusa and Joy once again, or maybe something else.
Hopefully not Joy, because Joy can be shut down. You've got a lot of soft counters for Joy, especially with the second skill having such a short cooldown, not cooldown, the cast time. You've got to actually cast the second skill again pretty quickly in a matter of seconds. A lot of heroes have a good amount of CC that actually have 1 second plus. And let's just face it, Joy can be soft locked by most other heroes out there. Farsa getting banned onto the side of Team Maaf. I see their bans and I'm liking it because they're going for all the kinds of heroes that actually provide a lot of zoning. And 1-1-2 kind of does provide a lot of zoning, especially with the threat of her ultimate being procced. That's going to be a good set of bans from the side of Team Maaf. But Sacred Shrine, though, they just go for the jungler bans. I'm still kind of confused as to why.
I mean, it's understandable with the previous match Lancelot altogether. Since Maaf has her first pick, they would not want to give out the junglers. And, there is a fat chance that they might go for the Uranus banner. Did they go for it or did they
Seal's been itching for a real fight.
Tell. But, similar draft like the first match. First pick going to Kalea. Will Sacred Shrine counter it out? Or will they go for a similar draft once again? Hopefully not.
Sanjo!
Right now, what are they considering to pick?
They're going for the Hayabusa and also the Imi. Oh, not bad. I'm gonna be seeing some of these distraction pulses hitting the enemies. Kalia might actually be in trouble because obviously Kalia relies on being face front in the enemy's face and then doing all of the CC combinations that she has. But Kimmy is going to actually keep them away. Although the threat of the immobilize is going to make sure Kalia does not actually engage. Well, without thinking twice, could use the flicker and actually surprise them, but then again, it's not always guaranteed. We see CC getting picked onto the side of Team Maaf. CC as a very, very strong EXP laner. And Harriet maybe in the gold lane?
Yep, Harriet in the gold lane. Maaf is, going for a similar draft like the first match that they are going. Just as Sacred Shrine is trying their best to counter the draft, and hopefully, right? I have been seeing Maaf for the past 2 games, and they have been just too aggressive starting from the early game, which leaves Sacred Shrine in a bad position when they, start rotating up all together. But Gatot was open, so this time Art will be securing the Gatot catcher, or maybe Romcom. We are still not sure. Since it's still, but I think Gatot Kacha does face a bit of a disadvantage when facing off against a CC, so you wanna want to go for it. But
he does not have the range. He does have the slow, but he does not have the range, especially with CC being able to actually jump away from Gatot in a moment's notice. He does not have a lockdown that can actually keep CC in position for her to be taken out. However, CC does not look like the kind of person, like a hero that can actually, jump in face first into the tower and take down an enemy, especially someone like Gatot who has a lot of sustain and a lot of heal with a revitalize, which is most usually used, maybe vengeance sometimes. But then again, CC is not going to actually jump in on him. The curtain call might actually be a very, very suffering. Very, how do I put it? Just stops 2 people together, does not allow them to move apart, and slows them down. It's just a death sentence. Curtain call is a curtain call in itself.
Yep, that's why it's named curtain call, right? The final call
from the rain.
before you make the exit. So overall, Sacred Shrine, they're still going for a utility jungle ban, both the Baksha and the Fredrin all together. Maybe for the Hayabusa to have a breeze through, maybe to force Maaf to pick on a assassin jungle. But right now they banned out the Granger and the Moskov, targeting Kelra this time. 2 of his, I would say, comfort picks all together. Maybe there's a Kimmy, so I'm not sure, but maybe a Natan altogether. I've seen him pull out the Natan, and it does help them quite a lot. But right now, maybe going for an EXP is possibly a better option right now. In the options, there's still a Batan altogether. Or a Lapu Lapu. I mean, the Lapu is still out open, so he can definitely go for that as well.
That's true. Lapu against CC is actually kind of good, I'll be very honest with you, but they go for the Bruno. Sacred Shrine have a lot of physical damage now with the Hayabusa and also the Bruno. They have a lot of weight to pull, though, against, Harriet, who is kind of going to be dashing around, but Bruno is just a target lock, football playing monster. Can do a ton of damage and destroy that shield of Harriet in a matter of seconds. Moments notice, you get the shield, you're out of the shield, and you're out of the game because you're back in the base. But I think Maaf has a good counter to that in their minds, because there's one specific hero that can be used in the mid lane that can shut down Bruno pretty easily. And they've proven to actually use that hero. It's going to be the Kadita. It might actually be a good counter to the Hayabusa also. Cannot really engage onto the Kadita without thinking twice. The knock-up and the fear of the ultimate is also very, very, very prominent. But instead, they go for the Selena. They get the Selena and also the Suyu. Suyu is a hero that I've not seen in the jungle position in a lot, a lot of time. When was the last time that I've seen Suyu getting picked? I can't remember. I can't remember at all.
It's just been too long that we see Suyo, but I kind of feel like Sacred Shrine just pushed Maaf to pick on the Tsuyo because Joy would be disadvantageous against a Hayabusa, and there's almost no assassins that they can pick up. But Tsuyo, being an assassin fighter hybrid, he does have the escape
Night
skill,
sky
which is
tells
quite
all.
needed for Hayabusa, immuning Hayabusa as
Oh, no.
well. But Esmeralda takes out for Romcom. Guy is gonna be assaulting PC at this point, and since there is a Harriet, it plays out well because he has a shield altogether.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna see that Esmeralda keep up a lot. I'm just gonna cry in pain for how long last match was. It's gonna be just as bit of pain as it was in the previous match. But there's something that I want to actually talk about. It's Kalia and Suyu, which of course everyone knows are Sasuke and Sakura. They have the power of love in their side. I think that's gonna be enough. Maybe Maaf is gonna turn around with the 2-1 and win this game.
Certainly. The Selena pick is kind of throwing me off, at least though, because like she's a single target hero. It's good for a Kimi, to target Kimi altogether. But the thing is, apart from her Abyssal Arrow, she does need to dive in, and there's a Gatot and an Esmeralda when you dive in altogether, so you might be getting stopped out quite often. Right, but your mom is starting to face off Rongong quite early and is proving quite good against an Esmeralda especially. But mid lane, they do seem to be in a bit of a trouble as well, with Kimi having the range with her passive stacked up altogether. But Art is on the rescue for going onto the EXP lane this time. Still though, the rotation from coming from Art is definitely understandable, given that Esmeralda is facing a bit of an issue with CC altogether. But Roncom, he has to go back, otherwise he'd be the first one to fall down. He does get away. Vansatoru getting his level 4 with Madara out there. Killrace on to the rescue as well, but Romcom, he's still not. He's surviving with a leader of HP bid as well, falling for Selena's trouble together. I was on the rescue this time. I do not see what is going to be happening. The turtle is spawning soon, once again revitalized. Out. Nope, it was just a heal from Romcom. He would still be surviving another day. Your mom? He does not lead level 4, but Art is still at level 3, which means they kind of need to wait for the engage as well. Same with Madara, but Abyssal Arrow does miss from Shinzu. Your mom is trying to go in as well. Godspeed takes the turtle before the first blood. Art might be in danger, but your mom falls in the hands of Bid as they start taking the lead of the game. Number 3, match number 2 in this best of 3, 1-1 for both the teams, and it's starting to get intense as Sacred Shrine, they try to go for an early game domination. Since they have a Kimi, they should be able to do it as well. For late game security, they have the Bruno, the guy with the balls made of steel or made of air altogether. But right now, PYZ might be in danger. He pops out his Zeman forced to get away, goes after Art, but Art, he can go back, but no, Madara catches him out. Art's down in the hands of PYZ. A good trade, 1-for-1 trade, but quite late as well. Surprisingly enough, Maaf, they do have the lead since they have the turtle in your hand. Sun Tzu, he does flicker away, but no, Vansatoru says no, I would be the one to burst it down. 2-for-1. 2-1 score in the favor of Sacred Shrine. Still a good rotation coming in from Yom with in the mid lane as well, since Esmeralda is trying to dominate as well, but no, Art, he's getting caught up by Madara and Godspeed altogether. But yes, he does not have his Tsunami Slam. Art gets to live another day. Followed up, we do see Romcom having the rotation up as well, helping out with the second turtle spawning in pretty soon onto the bottom lane. They would be starting to position themselves. Bid is out there as well, pecking all the bushes all together. Bottom lane, Harriet might do something, but right now Turtle started off for Striker Shrine. You're trying to go in as well. A flicker wasted out by Madara. AOG onto no one. Toru does not secure the turtle. Godspeed takes it away from his hands once again. A bit too early on the retribution, but Ard, he is quite low. He gets out Godspeed, which in case that gets on Madara as well. And Toru falls down as well. That is a 2-for-1 trade coming in from the Central Striker Shrine. Blood Wings as a first item for Bit, which is gonna be giving him a bit more survivability, along with the magic power as well, which is helping them quite a lot. But I can feel the pressure that Maaf is starting to face this time. Sacred Shrine, they are trying to end the game as early as possible and not stretch it out too much. With the 5 minutes gone and the shield out, Maaf is definitely targeting the objectives right now, while the team's Sacred Shrine, they are trying to target the mid lane turret as well. Same with Bruno onto the bottom lane turret. You take our turret, we take yours. That is how a trade should be done. But your mom, he has been quite consistent around the rotation and the lane swap as well. Kelra almost just missing out one. He does leave his minion to get away. Popped out Vengeance as onto Bid. He does have a lot of range and damage, but he needs to be mindful of his positioning with Godspeed going around him. Traction Pulse is not helping him get away. He will be falling down with Bruno and Art in the base, in the turret, not the turret, in the bush altogether. And that is 2 turrets down for the side of Team Sacred Shrine for either of the side. Quite a fast-paced game, if I have to say, is getting started out. Turtle, once again, going on to the side of Team Maaf with the economy rising, 3k gold lead, even though Sacred Shrine is having their score lead. The goal lead is in hands of Team Maaf, which is not great unless the Abyssal Arrow hits onto Bid. They won't be having anyone out, but right now War X or Godspeed and a Feather of Heaven altogether. Godspeed, look at that. He might be getting taken out though, but no, he escapes. They are almost halfway, but a team fight in the mid lane. AOG connecting perfectly with the Traction Pulse, helping him out as well. Killing spree for Godspeed to take out Ard, followed up by Satoru getting taken down. Might be on the chopping block next, but no, he does escape quite well. Their mid lane turret is in danger, while Team Maaf is starting to pick up the pace with all of the objectives secured in their names. That is the full top tier turrets down for all 3 of the lanes, while they lose just one.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest with you. At this rate, I see that Maaf is actually gonna completely overturn the game without much of a problem. Yo Mom is in trouble. Maybe Art is trying to look in for an engage, does not engage. She will decide to actually keep the taunt for the minions. Godspeed does get himself the brute force breastplate. He will have a bit of tankiness and also CC reduction. But look at that though. It's kind of surprising to see that Kakashi is actually losing to his students from Team 7. And well, obviously Naruto's not here right now. He's out somewhere training to become the Frog Sage. But on top side, we see Susanoo and the Susanoo actually putting fear of God into Bruno's heart and making sure Bruno does not actually jump in on an engage. The first Lord of the match has spawned in. So, So you had the advantage in most of these previous fights. Will Team Sacred Shrine actually turn it around? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Romcom is not in position to actually engage in the fight, but he is trying to put himself right back into the fight. Well, Selena's Abyssal Traps giving a lot of vision, not allowing Team Sacred Shrine to actually engage on the Lord, but instead we see the Traction Pulse hitting, but also the Tsunami Slam. Romcom first to be taken out. Madara will actually secure that kill, and we see the AOG connecting onto two people, but that will not mean they will get any kills. Art, though, he might be in trouble. He might actually take a lot of damage. Hayabusa will be taken out first instead, and then Art, because Van Satoru is the most prioritized target at this current point of the game, because obviously the Lord is spawned, and a Team Maaf need to make sure that Hayabusa is not going to actually be there to get the Lord, and that will be a free one for the side of Team, well, Maaf.
I mean, I get why Maaf is targeting Van Satoru, because from the first match, we have seen Hayabusa dominate the whole game. So they know the potential of having a Hayabusa on a really, really high farm. So they would not want to give the same situation out to Van Satoru. So they are trying to mark him as as many times as possible altogether, and it is proving out really well, because they secured a turtle 3 times in their hands, even if there was the opponent jungler present out there. But right now, Herod popping out his MN4 just a bit too early, too premature. But to start off, look at that.
Oh, the Tsunami Slam gets Romcom out, but look at that. Yomam gets the kill on bid 2. Lord marching in on the top lane will connect with his the dash thing, and will do a ton of damage to the tower in the tier 3 in the top side, and that will be the clear takedown of the tower. And Minion's still alive, making sure. Oh, Tsunami Slam again connecting onto the Kelra, and AOG is not going to do much. Hayabusa is there. He's using the OE Shadow kill, but nobody is actually going to go down from that. Van Satoru is the next one to die, and that might actually just be the end of the game. But, well, we see Romcom's back into the game, and Bid 2. They were taken out pretty early on in the team fight. They will be back in moments' notice. They will be there to save the day, maybe. They might actually extend the match for a little longer, but I don't think Maaf want to put that risk. There goes Romcom actually trying to engage. Slam. Bid taken out. Romcom 2. We see the Nexus is now being marked and will be the end of the game. Maaf gets the 2 wins for the complete victory. They win the best of 3 series. They get the 2 wins that are needed, and now they will be qualifying for the next matches.
Okay, the team heard us. they heard us. They gave us a really fast-paced game at this point. I mean,
Thank God.
It was just too fast-paced. I mean, there was no chance of Kilra to get farmed up with the Bruno, especially since he scales off from the mid to late game. They did not give him any chance at all. And I would say right off the bat, their objective gameplay was just too much, with CC putting a pressure on to Romcom altogether. He was forced to fall back, which led him to give away his turret altogether. When the 5-minute mark hit, Team Sacred Shrine, they already lost their top lane inhibitor altogether. Even though they were trying to go for an equal trade, they were just not able to take, because of all of the rotation that was coming in from the side of Team Maaf, which in this case, I kind of feel like Maaf, their rotation is just too much to catch up with, even if you have heroes which excel in rotation. So overall, it was their discipline of taking out the objectives as well. So yeah, that was quite a fast-paced game.
much required though after that previous match. I love to see the the amount of effort that Maaf actually put into this game. They made sure that Hayabusa Van was completely shut down in the early game, like you mentioned, and also Kelra didn't have any time to put any items into his inventory. And well, obviously, if you don't have a farmed up Hayabusa and Bruno, you're just having dead weight in your team. And Art really didn't have any opportunities to use the AOG to the fullest extent. That he actually did connect a few of them, but he did not get the fullest out of them. He could not, because there was no damage from their team. Well, you do have the Kimmy doing damage, but again, Kimmy, Bruno, and Hayabusa all scale off items, and they not have enough items. Maaf completely made sure that they had no farm to actually use. They didn't have any farm to actually leverage off of, and they were completely shut down in the early. They were able to actually put that pressure on in the mid, and well, if you call that a late game, I'd say the late game was completely for Maaf. There was no absolute chance that Team Sacred Shrine actually, could turn it around. They didn't have any overturn moments. They completely got dominated, and that was an easy GG's for the side of Team Maaf. But Sacred Shrine, though, they did put a lot of effort in, but completely shut down by Maaf's higher, synergy with the heroes that they actually were picking up.
Yeah, certainly. I would say there was not much to see in the late game, because they were just progressing towards the late game and not directly onto the late game, which was, kind of saddening. We wanted a fast-paced game, but not that fast. But overall, I think, it's better to finish off early than to, stall around, give your opponent a full build to go all out altogether, because there's an Esmeralda, there's a together, so you would not want to give them farm, because both of them are quite a menace onto the late game. And given that Bruno was getting a decent amount of farm, he had almost 3 of his items built up. He just needed to engage a bit more. If he had engaged a bit more, then maybe
he would have been taken out, though.
Able to, he would have been able to take almost all the people out. But overall,
I agree. But let's just bring up one thing to notice. If Bruno did show up his face, he would have been taken out pretty easily by Madara, of course, who was target locking most of the damage dealers. I'd say that, well, let's just face it, Bid didn't really have any moments to shine. We'll just be honest. Van also was taken out pretty well. That's only because they were showing their faces. If you had Bruno, engaging, he would have actually been, Madara's first choice, because obviously you don't want Bruno to actually survive any bit longer than he needs to. Taking him out was a priority, but instead it was actually Van and Bid who were taken out first. Priorities were given to them, of course. They were the ones who actually carried the previous game, of course. Well, the Yisun Shin and also the Lunox. So keeping them down is also a good option. But if Kelra actually stepped up, he would have been taken out very quickly, just as fast as Van or Bid was taken out.
Yep. Certainly key was positioning once again, right? So overall, I would say it was quite a roller coaster of a match. First game really took off the bat. Second game just unexpected as well. Same with the third game. So it's really nice to see that all of the teams are competing against each other. We get to see different dynamics of each of the teams every single day in this round robin format. But overall, we still have 2 more matches left, so we're gonna be making it pretty quick. Right after this match, we have Crux Requiem going up against Team Daku Sena, and for the last match, we have Team LCF going against Team Armageddon as well. So don't forget to tune in. But for now, this is me, your caster Zio, and Crucifix will be signing off, and have a great night.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the match 3 again for today. Welcome to the Not 2.0. This is round robin day 2, and we have on to our screen, it's gonna be Crux Requiem versus Daku Sena, and I think Crux just thought that I would say, Crux Crucifix here, but yeah, onto the casting that it will be me, Debbie, joining you. It's joining me will be Crucifix onto the other side. How are you feeling, Crux? Because we have your name onto the screen as well in the squad list.
I am kind of torn apart by the whole Crux Requiem thing. I'm kind of surprised. This is the first time I've actually seen this team, play. So I will be rooting for them instead of Team Daku Sena, surprisingly. I usually would have actually gone for the Daku Sena, support fan club, everything. But now I've got a team with my name on it. So, Crux Requiem, I hope you actually just pull it up, man. Go for it.
Yeah, they go for it, definitely, because this is going to be dire for them to win this round, because last time they did lose out, so it's going to be a hit to the point system here if they lose out in this game again, because they were defeated last night by Secret Stein. So, yeah, you got to cheer up for your team, man, but yeah. One thing is that this Crux Requiem is actually Tartarus, but with a change up into the player, it's just the gold laner that they changed Kyle out and Crisis in. So this is a rebrand. So we're gonna be seeing how they're gonna be performing into the second day this time around, because we are gonna be going into the drafting phase. Crux Requiem will be having the first pick and Daku Sena with the second pick. So what do you reckon they ban away?
I mean, I'll be very honest with you. Having the EXP winners actually dominate is not required. We don't need the Badan, we don't need the Lapu Lapu, we don't need the Uranus. I think they're the priority, most probably. But unless, of course, you're deciding to pick them up on your team, that might actually change things. You can put them in the, pick section instead of the ban and just completely jump for, oh, Kadita's already banned. Damn, I was about to say it, and you already have read my mind. Crux Requiem doing some amazing mind reading, apparently. But no, it's actually going to be far stuff on the side of Team Daku Sena. Both mages who have a lot of utility. One being a burst mage that actually shuts down heroes that actually like to get up close and personal, and another who actually likes to zone out enemies. Both of these heroes getting banned, pretty reasonable, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like, you have to ban away the first every time when you face against Crux Requiem, because Eden has been so comfortable on this hero, so you have to take it away, because even, the hero itself is a very, very great meta. You want to have a winning mid lane most of the time, a hero that can clear fast together, rotate together, and have a lot of range as well as damage, and Versa is that star signature hero, so you have to take it away most of the time. And I'm a bit worried about Crux Requiem banning away the Kadita. Maybe it can be a respect ban, but I feel like it's too early, because there are so many heroes that you can ban away. Maybe they are setting up for the Versa, and Daku Sena are actually reading out that they want to go for the Versa, so they directly ban away. That has to be a part thing that I think that's gonna be it. But of course, you have to take away the 1-1 most of the time. But the thing is, Crux Requiem, they do have an assassin player onto their side. The Lancelot is a good hero onto their hands, but they have been consistently banning it away. And of course, another mage, the Jushin, always has to go, because these three mages has been rising in the popularity, and you always want to ban it out onto the first phase.
Call me a hero.
Great. I'll be honest with you. If I don't see Jushin in the ban section, it's going to be a surprisingly painful match to watch. But another hero that actually does carry his own weight, it's going to be Yisun Shin picked on the side of teams Crux Requiem. Dude, Yisun Shin has a lot of utility with his ultimate, the Mount Chakra, allowing him to see where the enemies are, finding out people who are camping. There can actually be a lot of outplays with just that bit of information, I'll be honest. Yisun Shin, a very good hero, an underrated gem. Well, now that he's seeing more spotlight, I'm actually not surprised. He used to be an underrated gem. I mean, I don't think it's underrated, actually. He was pretty dominant throughout. Especially since the reworked on the ultimate. I'd see a lot of people play him, and I'd see him being underused, surprisingly.
Yeah, I feel like it's more rising. It's not used directly, right? It's just rose to fame little by little, slowly. So now it has been one of the most sought after hero. Oh, but the thing is, I feel like Daku Sena or straight to the point, the amount coming into play. I feel like this hero in particular has been used to try to counteract the Yi Sun Sin, and most of the time it has been successful. So I feel like they want to go around that part. But I felt that they have a lot of damage into the jungle as well as the gold laner, but mostly comprising of magic damages. So this might eventually become a little bit of a disadvantage for them because they are yet to pick out the mage, and the mage is supposedly going to be having another magic damage scaling. So they have to really build up a strong XP laner with a physical damage. But onto the other side, Crux Requiem, they are going to be pairing out the Yi Sun Sin with the Ruby into the gold. Yes, this hero is back into the gold lane, so it's very understandable that they have to pick it away. And of course, the Kalea is one of the most used hero for Kimi here this season, this meta, and I feel like he wanna combo it together with Crisis on a very bestie marksman. So this time around, Daku Sena, they might decide to ban out the heroes that can be a literal threat for them. But the thing is, Ruby can go into the goal, right? So I don't think there's going to be a composition that the Kalea can go for. So we'll see what they're going to be banning here.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like the options of the EXP laners are not being used up as I'd expect. You still see the Uranus, Badang, Lapu Lapu. You see the glue still open. A lot of heroes that actually provide a lot of value for the teams are still open. I think they're going to be banned right now, of course. But there's no priority. We see the Esmeralda, a hero that's risen in popularity, especially after that little tweak on the ultimate where her cooldowns were reduced. A hero that's actually pretty valid nowadays, but still kind of underwhelming in most situations. I'd say that Esmeralda, Romcom did a lot of good carrying with Esmeralda today. But again, Esmeralda, a hero worth banning, but I'm still on the fence about it. But then again, EXP. Do you think it's going to be EXP upon EXP on this ban section, or are they going to decide on banning something more viable, like the marksman, of course? Well, not actually, because Ruby and Harriet are going to do the marksman's job for them. They're going to defend the gold lane as as required. But then again, mages open. I'd say, well, a lot of the good mages are still open. Do you have any idea as to what the best mages of the meta are?
I feel like they have banned away all the heroes into the mid lane that can be a possible meta, but the Kimi is still out there, but you really do not want to get the Kimi again when you already have a lot of magic damage onto the side. So Daku Sena, they need a utility kind of mage, but also Crux Requiem, they already read that out here. So they, the Valentina would have been a very, very solid choice for the side of Daku Sena, but they actually banned it away, so stopping the ultimate stolen away from the Kalea, and also stopping them from taking a hero that can be a possible utility into the mid lane as well, because they can't exactly go a physical damage into the mid side. So Crux Requiem are playing it so well onto the banning phase here, but like you already mentioned, Daku Sena have banned away the XP, so they are just trying to
I am not the only
narrow down the amount of
bound
XP
by
that they
these
could be giving away.
chains.
But the Lilia ban is very interesting though. I would have thought that the Lilia could have been left and ignored completely, but this is Eden we are talking about. He pulls up the Lilia when the timing is right, but I'm not sure if this is a good ban because this lineup does not look like for Crux Requiem, it doesn't look like they will be picking up a Lilia anytime soon, because they want more bursty mates because they have a Kalea to their side.
Oh, they do, but then again, if you have a burst mage, it's going to be very much useless against maybe, I don't know. I think it's going to be useless if you have a burst mage. You'd rather have a utility mage. Yeah, Aemon and Harriet might actually be a threat, so you might actually want to decide on taking the burst mage. But again, your team composition relies on a lot of DPS. If you get the burst in, you're putting a variable that actually might fix the game for you or break it for you. So that variable is not going to be the most interesting things to see, but it
sure does have its own, prominence in this team. I'll be very honest with you. Crux Requiem might actually just pull it off. Burst Mage that actually could turn the tides around, but it does not actually work well with the team, is what I consider.
The Novaria can come through, even the Selena is still out there. But never mind, because the Louis is going to be the priority pick here. The Louis is actually a very, very good hero to go against the high loss. But there's always gonna be a threat for the backline divers like the Emon here. But of course, it's gonna be the Arlott that's gonna be appearing. Arlott is consistently being picked since the start of War Drum Nerd 3.0, and it is a very, very good hero to go into the room or even into the XP. And I personally prefer 27 using the Arlott than Kimmy, so I would really, really like it. I mean, it's already into the XP, so it's a very good one. But okay, the Selena onto the hands of Daku Sena. This was the next best thing that they can get here. With all the mazes being banned away and the Louis taken out, and they want something of a utility too, which was also banned away. The Selena was only the only option, and the Novaria could not be working here. So I feel like the Kusena are just forced to pick away the Selena here at this point. But it might still be able to work out because she's gonna be giving out a lot of reasons. And what you need with a moon is a little bit of a reason, so you can kite around all over the map and do the flankings.
Well, what I'm seeing is, from what I'm seeing is, you got vision from the east section, a lot of repositioning possibilities. You can reposition on the map with Louis' ultimate, of course, and the surprise factor of Arla and also Ruby. They can also take front line, and Kalia could be free to actually jump in on the back line and take them one by one. You have that possibility, but of course, Daku Sena has completely put their chips onto the magic damage department. They might actually fall short in terms of physical damage if they actually have enemies with Athena's shield or maybe radiant armor, but that again is part of the gameplay. We will be seeing more of it when this match is continuing. As the first rays of light shine upon the land of dawn, we see Crux Requiem and Daku Sena playing safe in the early game, not trying to put any pressure on the enemies. Mid lane is also pretty safe, free. We see Hylos trying to help for the blue buff, and nothing much happening.
This is a kind of a matchup that I have always really wanted to see, especially into the gold lane, because Funny Valentine, this guy has been so underrated. I mean, he's been playing all over the, in tournaments so far, he has always been consistent on the way he plays also, but he hasn't been shining, right? But he is one of the few players that is underrated. His macro is good, the way he's playing is also a carryable player. He kind of carries a lot, so I want to see him shine a lot, and I feel like this is his chance because Daku Sena has been able to play so well in whatever game that they are playing. So this time around against Crux Requiem, even though Crisis is more on the utility more than a damage dealing, I feel like he could have went for that damage dealer so that we could see a good showdown between them. But nevertheless, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a technical issue, a little bit of a post that we have, because of course we want our players to have the best of time, and if you get something of a problem, you're going to have to fix it right away. True. So early game, still a little bit of a slowdown, right?
It's definitely slow, but that's what you expect from a team that actually has a draft that relies on late game DPS. We've got the Ruby, we've got the Arla, we've got the Liu Yi. It's a kind of composition that you actually have vision on the enemies. You can also reposition pretty well. Make sure your traps and Selena's traps are set in the right places so that you don't actually get caught, easily by the side of team. Crux Requiem, they're actually pretty dangerous in this format, because obviously you don't want Liu Yi to just turn the game around out of nowhere. You don't want all of them just popping out behind you and you're just standing there in the bush and thinking, what is happening right now? But we don't wonder about that, because obviously we see the top lane Crisis actually doing a lot of healing with his spell vamp. But look at that. Oh, wait. There's been a surrender. I think there's going to be a redraft or something. We'll stay tuned, though. We'll get you all in on the action as soon as we can.
Yeah.
it's gonna be a restart, so we might eventually have to or take a break. Either way, the people does want a lot of screen. But yeah, if we restart also, we're gonna be seeing the same drop because there might eventually be something that the players are facing. We are all about fair plays, guys, because even if one of your team is lagging and we are having some issues, we're gonna be having to have a restart. So you know what? I think we have to wait out for the background side. What we should take a break or we should wait for a yep. What do you reckon we'll do? You want a yep or?
I don't mind yapping, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Crux Requiem really did have a good draft there. I don't understand what happened. I really want to know. Just like every one of those viewers. I'm not a viewer, but yes, even I want to know. I'm a part of you guys. I guess you can consider me a part of you guys. But Crux Requiem, I see the drafting. I just wanted to talk about it. It's just surprising to see that they actually have an idea about the game that most people didn't even consider, because you've got the vision, you've got the the Luigi ultimate for repositioning. I'll be very honest with you. Heesun Shin in that team fight would have been in team fights would have been really, really good.
And Yisun is a more of a hero that is reliant on the early game, and you kind of skill a lot. But unlike any other marksman, he is kind of a hero that wants to go for the early game snowball, so as to these the amount of damage that you're going to be requiring for a jungler. So this is actually gonna be a good game into the early one for the side of Crux Requiem, because Daku Sena have a lot of the magic damage on the side, no physical damage so far, and it's all onto the XP side. But then again, we can't really judge because the execution part is what's going to be important. But I feel like Crux Requiem has got this into the bag. But the thing is, Daku Sena have also been rising quite a lot in the ways they are playing, in the success they have been making all over the board, and the way they were able to rise up to the top, mostly this in recent activities in tournaments that they have been performing. I'm pretty sure that they will be able to rise up again and maybe found a way and a loophole on the way of the tight draft coming out from the side of Crux Requiem.
Oh, definitely. But then again, we've saw the Lapu getting picked onto the side of Team Daku. They're open to actually seeing all of these, really strong EXP laners. They're actually pretty strong, but will they actually be good working with a team like the previous one, where it was just magic damage, dude? I was surprised to see Selena, Eamon, and also, Harry is getting picked on one side. It's just an instant counter. You have like maybe one Athena shield, and that's pretty much enough. You got Ruby with an Athena shield. You got Arlot with an Athena shield. We got Kalia with an Athena shield. You're pretty much set to actually take anyone from the side of Team Daku Sena without much stress. That was a very risky position.
And yeah, that's why I was a little bit skeptical about the draft coming out from Daku Sena here. So we'll see what they can do with this kind of draft, because they can be able to find success over the board. But also, Crux Requiem is no different team, and they are one of the top teams that we have seen, even with a different name, of course. So we'll see what they can do with it. But the thing is, there's a lot of pressure, right? There's a lot of pressure into the early game to the hands of Crux Requiem. Of course, the Arlo is not going to be having a good time into the lane, but outside of the lane, these Arlo can do multiple plays. And of course, 27 is well versed on heroes that can make more sets than passive plays, and he's so comfortable on this hero, he might eventually be able to do so. And the thing about a Yisun pick I want to talk about is that he is he is very occasion. He's very good on some occasions only. The first time we have seen the Ruby and the Yisun combination, it was into the hands of IGN, but only in this tournament. I would say only in this tournament, and they weren't able to find success across the board because, yeah, of course, early game was good, but the late game they kind of fall out. So Crux Requiem, if they have to play their cards right, I really want to see them with this kind of combination too. There's so much, man. There's so much that they can do with this draft. So we'll never know what they can come up with, because most of the time there are some kind of loophole in every kind of draft that they bring out onto the table. So yeah, we're gonna be waiting out just a little bit because the restart is there. Of course, we have a little bit of a ping issue for both of the teams. Let us take a little bit of a break, and we will be coming back for the game directly. No need for the draft because the draft is gonna be same. Wait, what? Start again.
Oh, we're back. We're absolutely back,
Right.
Debbie.
This is a break. Yeah, this is a game, but this is a break. I'm kidding you guys. I was capping.
Oh my God, Debbie, you actually trolled even me. But then again,
Yeah,
we're back
I
in the
troll
game.
you
Debbie,
guys.
are you excited? Save draft.
That was fast though.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that instead of a ping issue, I think someone wanted to change the skin that they were using, and we're back again to the
I am actually not gonna be shocked if it's true. Maybe it's the Arlo. You wanna use the new collector skin which just released, and look at that, a little bit of a change up into the lanes. We've got a gold lady is actually into the bottom lane right now, and same draft like we talked about. And Funny Valentine's struggling a little bit against the Ruby. Of course, the Ruby does have a lot of momentum into the laning phase, even against those marksmen, especially the Harris. But mid lane though, we might be seeing something.
Oh, that was a sudden pop-off with the Law and Order. We see that Eden was almost taking out Flicker in the... Okay, that was a clutch. We didn't see any kills. I was excited to see a kill, but nah. Did you just notice Kimmy just stand there? He was not even interested in helping Eden. That was so hilarious, dude. Funny Valentine in the bot lane doing a ton of damage to Crisis. It's beautifully being executed. But top lane, we see Arla in trouble with the ultimate from the Aemon, almost getting the kill. He will be able to escape. That Aemon is not going to use the shards in the right moment. He will actually be able to escape. That is not going to be good because you want to have some kills before you engage on the turtle. Turtle is spawning in 2 seconds. We see Kimmy is actually lagging.
Again.
We're okay. Oh no.
Do the dance, boy. Do the dance.
Do the wave. Do the wave. I don't know what's happening.
I'm pretty sure Crux might eventually be going back into the ping test again because it's actually good. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of stun coming out from Lemon though, taking down Eden. Yeah, that's they're just doing some weird stuff because they just want to restart the game so that the ping issue will go away. That's possible.
At least this time we have confirmation it's a ping issue. Last time I thought it was a skin issue.
Yep. Skin issue. Or skill issue. Never mind.
It's not skill issue anymore. It's a skin issue. Redraft the game because I want to change my skin.
Yeah, let's go for the Early Collector because it's just got resale. Or maybe, maybe they might eventually use the new released Xbox skin also, the Metro skin. It will actually work out. But okay, never mind. I told you guys, but it's gonna be real this time. We're gonna be taking a little bit of a break because we'll be coming back with a brand new, not a brand new, the same draft but a good ping now. So take care, stay tuned.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Sorry to inform everyone, but due to issues going on the Delhi server right now, the matches for tonight between the rest of the teams, which are Crux, Requiem, Daku, Sena, Lakshmi, Chitfan, Armageddon, have been postponed to tomorrow. And that is why the matches will not be taking place tonight. Sorry for the inconvenience, but that is something that we cannot be helped because it's something that is beyond our control. The Delhi server is down due to some issues. So yeah, that's the reason why the matches will be postponed. And thank you for tuning into War Drum tonight and watching the Northeast Underdog tournament. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time. Stay safe. Good night.
All souls station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All